Is that aircon on, or is that just is the house aircon just cycling outside air? Thanks for the coffee. It's like every morning, ice water, coffee, ice water. Well, not coffee, but the ice water. My throat is fucked up. I think they might drop it right on the bell. They might drop it right on the bell too. We could be waiting all day long, or just start selling immediately. I'm gonna hold them till hold the puts till tomorrow. That stuff up there, then down there.
One minute to go till we get the marker on open imbalance. 10 seconds. Market on open imbalance S&P 500, sell side 84 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 2.5 million, Dow 30, sell side 2 million, Mag 7, buy side 0.5 million.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
So watch this right here, real quick. See what the reaction is off this half-hour trigger. Mm. You make great coffee, by the way. I like it just like this. Let's see what we got going on here.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US Conference Board's consumer confidence. This data for the month of August. Forecast 96 spot 5 on the prior 97 spot 2, with a range of 100 to 94 expected. Fitch Rating says North American software firms face AI disruption. That's North American software firms face AI disruption risks and opportunities.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
So we're 5 minutes away now from the top of the hour, where we get the US Conference Board consumer confidence. Forecast 96 spot 5 on the prior 97 spot 2 with a range of 100 to 94 expected. We also get the Richmond Fed Composite Index, forecast minus 11 on the prior minus 20. Keep in mind also, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Bank of England's Man, who joins a panel at the conference commemorating the 100th anniversary of the founding of Banco de Mexico, the institutional evolution of central banks, providing stability and adapting to change. Text is due to be released as well. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the US CB consumer confidence. Richmond Fed Composite Index out early at minus 7, higher than forecast minus 11. Ten seconds. '97 spot 4, '97 spot 4, higher than forecast, '96 spot 5. So the Bank of England have published the speech for Bank of England's man on the feed for those on their website. It is titled "The 5 C's for Central Bank Research." Again, a speech by Bank of England's man. We'll get that out on the feed soon. So in this speech, Bank of England's man says research shows increased persistence in inflation, but also shows a weak growth outlook. We have posted the full speech on the feed for those interested. And Mann says the combination of the two makes monetary policymakers' job harder. So again, referring to increased persistence in inflation and a weak job growth outlook. The Atlanta Fed GDP Now index is little changed at 2.18%. Bank of England's man says, in my view, the Bank of England scenario outlining upside risks to inflation through inflation persistence is playing out. So that's man saying inflation persistence, in my case, is the central case. And Bank of England's man says downside risks to demand scenario remains a risk, but it is not my central case. Bank of England's man says short and long-term household inflation expectations are rising. Noting prior revisions now to the Conference Board's consumer confidence, the prior was revised up to 98.7 from 97.2. We have also posted out the CB Consumer Confidence August report on the feed for those interested. Bank of England's man says downside risks to demand scenario are not my central case. So looking into the CB Consumer Confidence Report, it notes consumers' average 12-month inflation expectations picked up after 3 consecutive months of easing and reached 6.2% in August from 5.7% in July, but still below April's peak of 7%. The report also notes that the share of consumers expecting a recession over the next 12 months rose in August to the highest level since the April peak. Bank of England's man says wage setting is an important source of elevated UK inflation. Bank of England's man says a more persistent hold on the bank rate is appropriate right now to maintain the tight monetary policy stance needed to lean against inflation persistence persisting. And Bank of England's man says inflation persistence scenario implies significantly tighter path for monetary policy than is embedded in the market curve. That's not explicitly my view. Mann adds, I stand ready for forceful policy action in the form of larger, more rapid bank rate cuts should the downside risks to domestic demand start materializing. Bank of England's man says monetary policy not tight enough in the Bank of England's August rate path.
Bank of England's man says the activist approach favours forceful and persistent action. Keeping an eye on the dollar now, just seeing some weakness come through, just kind of hitting the pre-market lows that we saw. That's according to the Dixie. No news catalyst for this leg to the downside here, though.
It's a college day. The big question here is how high do we go? Yeah, my baby's going to college. I'm like, I'm proud. Yeah, this is tough. We got this here, right? Check 1, 2. Let me turn that down. All right, I just want to see. Check. Hold on tight. We're coming into gamma support here at 6450. It's kind of a large inflection point here. I'll be on here in just a minute. I just need a few more minutes. My oldest daughter is like my youngest daughter started school. Now my oldest one right now is starting college. So I just got to wrap up a couple things before she gets going for the day. I was having a dad daughter talk this morning with her. So just right here, we want to watch this. If you look below right here, let me move this up. Move that up there. So I want to be watching this. This is gamma support here at 6450, and I want to know if this is used for liquidity to go lower into the close here today. I don't know yet for sure, but we'll watch it. Just watch for resistance above here at 6450. I'll blow this up a little bit so you can see it here. And this is the declining trend line above right here. If you see this line right here. But watch out for the liquidity grab. My point here is that you watch out for the liquidity grab. They try to sell into us at like 12 o'clock into the bell. Or grind sideways. That would even be worse. Just like grind, dip again before, of course, the event tomorrow, the NVDA earnings. Just watch out for the liquidity grab above. We can trade this up a little bit more here. It's still going to be like this grinding action all the way up here. That one up here. There's another little target right here. Target right here and here. I'll be on with you guys in just a minute here. Let me just get my daughter off to school, and she's going local now, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. So she's been like back and forth from this dorm room and all that kind of shit.
According to Scope Rating Agency, a French government collapse is the most likely outcome and would be a credit negative. A scope adds that the French political impasse undermines the planned budget deficit reduction.
Voice news disconnected.
go? That was all right. Check 1 2. All right, check 1 2. There we go. It's much better. All right. Oh yeah. A little bit of hydration going on here. Hang tight, boys and girls. Go put that over there. Get rid of that. Uh-oh. What's going on with my camera? It's been a reoccurring issue here. Hold on, guys. Let me just work on this. I've got Windows trying to reassign HDMI ports and stuff every time it updates. Just check this. Deactivate. Activate. Sweet. All right, let's close that right there. So I've got my youngest off to school. My oldest, hold on here. My oldest started yesterday. Started-ish. It's more like a process that takes all week long. They have like a move-in date last weekend, and then they get orientation through the week, and then there was classes officially started yesterday, but for my daughter, they start today. What's ironic or not, I don't know if it's ironic or not, but she went down there and then she came back and stayed the night last night. The campus is not that far away, so I'm kind of happy right now that she's spending the time with us. But I think I feel like I swear, like today, I feel like I'm at a milestone with my children. Like youngest is in school, still alive. She's not pole dancing anywhere, and the oldest one, kind of officially today, is kind of emancipated from me. She's in college. She's an adult to an extent, kind of an adult, but not really an adult. But we did what I guess, like, I don't know, I'm having this like overwhelming feeling right now that we did what we were supposed to do as parents, and which is not easy. You know, like parenting is not in any way, shape, or form easy for anybody. She didn't lose a leg or anything as a child. She didn't peak, which is okay. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that, because I offered both my daughters, I'm like, yeah, if you want to peak in high school, that's fine. Just make sure you enjoy it. You know, I'm like, if you're not going to go to college and stuff like that, make sure you enjoy your time. And if you're not going to peak there, then no boyfriends, and hit the books and hit the you know, the instruments and the languages and all that kind of stuff. So we'll put this right here. I think from this point forward with her, it's more or less mentorship with her, and try to be there for her when she fucks up. Outside of that, I don't know what else to do for her. I think I did my job. You know, ironically, I won't talk about that. But like, I'm like, ooh, one kid's at school, the other one's gone. I'm like, I can start hanging out with the wife naked more often. I don't have kids running around everywhere. It's kind of a weird feeling. So let's look at where we're at right now. Let's take a look back here. So we left off yesterday. I was looking for one more tag higher here in the early morning. We lost this support right here. Let me make this a little bit smaller. We began losing this support late day. I bought some dips over here yesterday, and I was watching this into the bell. I'm like, I want to see that last squeeze up here, 647, 648. And the reason I wanted to see that 648 is because of the prior high. It shows bullishness. Now, on Saturday or Sunday, I asked the question, do you count this pre-market high over here as the all-time high or not? Theoretically, we only needed to do this one right here, but I wanted to show that strength above. Now, there's something else I showed you yesterday. Let me go back over here and put them in again today. Go over here and look. So this is the pre-market stuff over here. We've got that red mark up here. This is an hourly. And then right here is kind of important too. So this yellow one, this red one, both important to remember. Let's go back here and look. So we hit the yellow one right here. That's bullish enough. But, you really want to see this red one get hit next. You really want to see, get rid of this for a minute, get rid of these triggers. You kind of want to see continuation. I mean, I guess that's okay. I really wanted to see, like, bam, get that last, or not even that one. I wanted to see, I wanted to see that all-time high and then the roll for the rest of this week until we get into NVDA. That's not what happened. So I'm in here buying dips in here. Buy dips, and we're getting annihilated in here. Now, I did get some puts on yesterday's close. I think I told you that in the Discord yesterday. I'll be buying puts into the bell. This right here. I just want to show you this one right here. Wasn't that one? It was this one right here. So we go to the close, buy some puts, come into this morning, close them out on the opening bell. And then, of course, we're ramping back up to the upside here. Now, the bigger question, or the big question that everybody wants to know, of course, is can we go up from here, right? Can we start ramping into tomorrow's NVDA print? And the answer is likely no. Everybody's long. Let's take a look really quick at the gamma picture here. I think we took a look at it yesterday too. And we'll take a peek at it right now. Let me see here. Actually, it's changed today. This actually looks pretty good. Just give me a second here. 645. Let's just take a peek at this really quick. It's actually improved a little bit today. Looks like there's some hedging activity to some extent. Let's go look at this together this morning because this is different than yesterday. And this is net gamma on the market. Currently, we are, hang tight here. What am I doing over here? I'm doing something wrong. Currently, we're trading 6440, and I want to show you where that is. It's right in on here. Oh, a little bit more. Right in here. So let me see if I mark that off. I think it's right there. And what's important about this is that what's important about where we are is that we can easily blast down this way to the left to some support. And what's even more fascinating is the limited upside that you want to be taking a look at. And I want to show you this target here is 64. I'll be quiet here. Hold on. Just turn this off.
Disconnected.
6450, 6475, 6500. But what's more fascinating is this bar right here was not omnipresent yesterday. And this is 6515. This is put gamma. This is like it's looking like a top being set up on market here. And this harks back to charting out NVDA yesterday and that limited upside in the marketplace. Hold on here, I gotta get some puts there, I think. Go back up here really quick and just take a peek. We're almost at that 12 o'clock. Not quite there. You can see they're already trying to sell it here, trying to sell it there, trying to sell it there. Let me just get this 1 p.m. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place here. Hold on. Close that. We'll go back to that in a minute. It's right over here. Let's go look at SPX, or not SPX, but hold on here. That gamma chart is showing it. Let me just put this NVDA up. And NVDA had a great recovery this morning. But let's go look at this chart that we've got here. So you've got NVDA here. This is what we charted out yesterday for you. And let's just take a look and see what happened. We had a failure to squeeze up. Here, sold no, go down. This is your cup. So you got your, your handle. This is your cup. And this is your handle right here to squeeze higher, right, on earnings. But the bigger question is, do we get sent back into the downside for the second leg? Look at this closely with me here. You know, we fail that high in there before the roll down. And then this morning we have a higher high. We get the lower high over here. We get the higher high right here. But the bigger question is, how bullish is this? And do they begin selling it down at like 12 o'clock? So we start making our next leg to the downside and really like get bloody here into the closing bell today. So we want to be paying close attention. There's mixed signals here. I just want you to see this, that, you know, there's like no strength up in here, or not even here. I wanted to see this like over here, like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. That's where I really wanted to see that high. Not this late in the day, like up in here, but I'm like, I'm stay open for it to happen over here. And we have some mixed signals. We've got a higher low here, or a low. We've got a higher low in the pre-market here. So this is like kind of bullish, but not really. And then this is kind of bullish, more so. But the bigger danger here is just look at this. Watch this with me right here. So this high right here would be the bullish signal. You kind of need to like get over this, get over that for us to even begin talking about bullishness to the upside, unless we get a positive catalyst like their earnings, NVIDIA earnings. So you want to be paying very close attention to, in particular, I'm going to just draw this in right here. You know, we still have that yellow bar above. So this one right here, and then this one right here. And, you know, if you really want to start getting bullish, we kind of need to be, you know, up here with a nice little back test. This stuff coming out, and you've already like shown that these are weak sellers to even begin to get long up here. So my biggest fear here is heading into being lopsided, or yesterday at least being lopsided with calls. There's two fears. I've got two fears here. First one would be that we just grind sideways, like grind into tomorrow's report. Even if we even blood down here and then up. The other fear would be that we don't get above there and we just start selling into the close today. You know, like bloodbath down here, right? And then like 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we're cranking back up again, and it's limiting this upside potential. You know, so it's not like a runaway train to 200 up in here, right? So this runaway train, get it pounded down before we get up there. Limit upside. So just be conscious of this, because this could be dealers. It's not so much that this price is real. This is all dealers just trying to murder the chain because everybody's so fucking bulled up. There's one other thing here. If you look at that gamma that I showed you on SPX, it's concerning to me for over in this September, October area. There's like dealers trying to not catch or limit the print that's up to the upside, and then trap you in over here on that 6,500 put gamma that's up there, and then you don't get the print until generally this, right? You don't end up actually catching that kick-ass print until November, December, January, February. And this is extremely dangerous in here. We come down here and do this in the next month or month and a half or so. What are we in? It's August 26th. So by mid-October, early October, we're on fire down here, and you really should have just bought this right here. So just be conscious of the attempt to sell down. Be conscious as we head into this 12 o'clock. Let me go back up here. This is why I was trying to come on late this morning too. I think it's easy for us to start. Let me show you this really quick here. Let me just show you that right there. It just becomes like comedy. I think as Volwiz says that, it's just option comedy, right? Everybody's long, crush down here into the close. Like 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we start rammer into NVIDIA earnings. So just and we've already traded down here to 641. So we're way down here. I don't think we can get down here. Maybe we can get down here, but I'd first want to see at least this down here, like 640 would be nice. Catch a bounce, and then maybe a little bit of grinding into tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and then we're up and out of here. So just be conscious of the idea that we're event driven right now, for lack of a better word, or positive event driven here, and otherwise a dealer is just gonna murder any retailers, unless retailers have to be actively buying and excited. So just be conscious of it. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice again. Hold on here, guys. I gotta drink some water. Too much blabbing all day long. Blab 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 blab. I took a pretty good haircut yesterday, or I made money in the morning, and then I took a pretty decent haircut. I think I lost $2 or $3 grand on some calls. I think I bought them at 50 cents, and I lost 3 or 30 cents or something like that. But it's still kind of a wash with the morning winnings, and I made some money on some puts this morning, but I have no trades on right now. I just want you to know that I've got no trades on. I'm thinking about getting some puts into the bell today, or even right now at 12 o'clock, start selling this shit. If we can get it hot, if we can get up here, I want to sell it. If we can get anywhere up here into like 12, I want to sell this thing down into the bell. But otherwise, I'm just waiting for the low before NVIDIA earnings tomorrow, 10 a.m., 12 p.m., somewhere in there. And I don't want to get cut up. I was a little upset at myself because I made a bunch of money in the morning, and then I'm like, I'm going to start adding. Hopefully we can go up there and squeeze this thing out at the end of the day. And so I'm like buying a dip, and I'm like, God, they're losing time here, and now we're losing support. And once we lost support yesterday, I'm like, fuck them. I'll wait until we're blooding to be getting long. I don't need to be chasing this at all. I got no need to. And I have no need to get cut up either. I got cut up a couple weeks ago. I lost some money on a Friday. And I'm losing money on Fridays. And I'm getting cut up here and there. I'm not red or anything, but I'm not happy either. I'm a little frustrated right now. So I'm like, you know what? I ain't going to do shit. And I don't need to do shit. I can just wait for a low. And that's my own advice to you guys most times, is just wait for a low. And then wait for some kind of catalyst to go higher. So just be patient. I would say be patient today. And I do think we sell this into the close. I think they're going to try to hammer this down as best as they possibly can. Our dealer's going to feed it. The dealer's going to try to do one of two things: either sell us as deep as possible. Although I don't like this new gamma bar. This is brand new. This 6515 put gamma. I don't like that at all. I'm assuming that people are starting to hedge again. And I don't like the idea of or I don't think they have to get us down any deeper. They will or can, but I certainly don't think that a dealer wants to print all this shit today. I think if I was trying to allow a print, it's going to be only if everybody's buying calls and I have to chase that shit, or it's on a weekend. We have a long weekend coming up too. They're closed 3 days. It would be a prime time to give the print that you want or you're looking for, and yet not pay anyone unless they're in spreads or they're underlying that kind of stuff. But yesterday, I was looking at the gamma in the market. It was just lopsided. It was just all calls, literally, just calls everywhere. And unless you keep buying calls, the moment you stop, we literally, delta hedging, we're just straight down again. So we'll watch this right now. I'm kind of bearish here. I just want you to know that. Kind of bearish, neutral bearish, I should say, until tomorrow. And I would accept trading sideways all day long today, literally burning the day. So we can look at a few other things if you want. So we can take a look around the market and see if there's any other thing, maybe something else we can trade today. There's a whole bunch of basket stocks that are running right now, if you haven't noticed. And not only that, there's one other thing I want to talk to you about that we have not discussed in a week or two. Now, let me see if I can bring this up really quick. Give me one quick second here. There's one more thing here. And that's the trend. I don't have to show you the chart or anything like that, but they made an attempt at breaking trend on the 22nd. Oftentimes when we can't break trend like this, what we'll end up doing is squeezing balls off to the upside, and then we end up getting aggressive selling on the first of the month. So we'll squeeze up into end of the month, and then we can potentially, maybe next week, get another chance at. Let me just show this to you here. At an unclench of some kind. Let's just look at this here. So this is trend somewhere in here. Just check that real quick. This is trend right here. No convincing break of trend, right? You see that? No convincing break of trend. Let's go back and look here, and I want to make sure I got this right here. It's somewhere in there. You can kind of see it right there, kind of right there. No convincing break of trend, at least on OPEX. Remember, we do have September OPEX to look forward to. So my bigger question here is, is it just fade as much as I possibly can, right? Murder the option chain, right? Squeeze this thing up. Hold on here. I don't know why I'm not signed into this. But just murder option chain, operation murder option chain. I don't care if we go down here. And then you end up getting not all-time high, or maybe the all-time high right here. And personally, I'd like to see the ram up here into the second, 652-ish. Take all their stops. You need to take all their stops to begin to roll or have the ability to roll, and then we start fading this move over here into September. So just be patient. Just be patient. It's the only thing I could say about this. Just be patient. We'll know more at 12 p.m. If we get 12 p.m. buyers, we can take this trade up here, come down here and start trading this up. So that's a possibility too, but we just don't know yet if the way is going to be higher, fade to higher, or lower, higher. Either way, we're probably going up here into Wednesday close on NVDA. Let's go back and just take a look at go back and take a look right here. And I'm going to get rid of this. And I just want to look one more time at the 30-minute velocity, see if that has improved at all. 30-minute velocity has improved substantially here. This looks pretty good. Still not conclusive though. A little bit of a series of higher lows. You got like this one right here, the low. This one right here though is curling down again. It's like you do this kind of nonsense over here, and it's gonna be like, that won't be fun if we do that. And this like little break right here. Yeah, maybe. So we'll wait for 12 o'clock and see what the signal is from here. And let's take a quick look. Let's go do this together with the full screen here. Go look at a 1 hour basis here. This is the halfback trade right here. It's pretty much taken. Pretty much the halfback trade is taken. We haven't really taken Thursday though yet. Let me just show you this down here. So this is Thursday right here. Here's the first one right here for Thursday. And then this one right here. I think that one right there. So just be conscious, like 636. We haven't opened it up yet, but it's a fast drop. There ain't nothing down here. Like we start selling this down right here. Selling this into the close, and before you know it, it's like wham, straight down, V-shaped recovery. We're out of here. You want to be the buyer down here if possible, if we can get down there, and if we can't get down there, somewhere down here, you still want to be that buyer, that 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and looking for that squeeze up higher over there, and then maybe a sell down over here to get that target. That would be like Thursday, Friday. So just be patient. I think the key word here is key words would be patient as a buyer here, and know that you're looking for. At this point, I want to say you're looking for positive news. You ever tell bears you're looking for positive or negative volatility of unrealized volatility, but then you're looking for that actual realized volatility. And I think the inverse right now is for the bulls. They need that. They really need that. That like event driven. Buy. I think I saw it on Wall Street Bets yesterday. Buy everything. Wait for NVDA earnings and then buy it all, right? I think that just that sentiment with positioning right now, you're just going to get dealers just telling you to go fuck yourself unless we're all buying. So we're waiting for that tomorrow. I'll be here with you today. I think we're going either sideways or down. I don't think we're going to get fireworks and whatever today. We'll know more here at 12. So we'll just wait for this 12 p.m. and I'll get some puts with you. I'm kind of getting bared up here. I'm not gonna lie to you here. I'm getting pretty fucking bared up here. And then we got a gap down here that needs to be closed. You can see that one. Even just this right here needs closed out. So we'll watch this closely. Maybe we can catch a nice little high up here. Let me just snap this out right here so you can see it. Maybe we can grab this one right here. Maybe that one right there. If they even give it to us. Come up here and try to tee off on this one to the downside. Good morning, by the way. Hope you're all doing well. It's kind of like garbage trading. I was like, this morning when I woke up, I wasn't mad or anything. I was like, and I was making money this morning, but I was like, fuck. I was like, it's Labor Day week. I'm like, I want to take today off, tomorrow off, and come back at 1 or like 12. Come back at 12 and just trade that day and be done for the week. I don't even want to trade it. I either want like a low or I want a big high to sell, like one or the other. I don't know if it's because it's Labor Day. I don't know if it's because it's no liquidity. I don't want to give money back to the market. Maybe it's that. I don't know. I'm getting nickel and dimed. I worked for money in the morning yesterday. I worked for money. I'm like puts, calls. And I'm like, fuck me, man. I'm like, there's no cleanliness to any of this. So We'll wait and see. Good morning, Stacy. How are you? Good to see you. What else is going on today? I think that's it. My oldest is came home last night. She spent the night. She's here. She's leaving to go back to school right now. I don't know what else is going on. I didn't notice yesterday. I think we did the Trump presser yesterday, and I think we missed a bunch of the craziness. We were talking about the craziness yesterday. I'm like, oh yeah, like this one wasn't that crazy. And then after the close yesterday, I looked and saw all the shit that was said yesterday in that Trump presser, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is pure insanity. I mean, and that's the other thing. I think we talked about this in the show the other day. Like, if you go back in history, Trump's taken every side of every issue he's been like videotaped on. Like, it's like I was like, what is he saying today? I'm like, and it's like after the close yesterday, I'm like, I think he's taking the other side of this. At least once I recall. And then like yesterday they were saying they're gonna ban COVID vaccines. I'm like, ban? I'm like, you're not even gonna allow a company to just develop it on its own? Nope, straight ban. And so I went back and looked at all the videos of I just typed in Trump likes COVID vaccine, and there was like 20 videos. I'm just like, oh my god. I'm like, what timeline am I living in here? Where, I know what timeline I'm living in. The timeline that I'm living in is Dog and Pony Show. That's I'm assuming. Oh, I know, but it's not all Dog and Pony Show. But there's a ton of Dog and Pony Show. You're like appealing to a specific set of people, and you're like appealing to a certain person, right? So I go and I look at the voter participation, and I'm like, man, these guys are always telling me all the time that like he's speaking to the majority. And I went back and looked yesterday, and this voter turnout was like one of the worst ever. Not only one of the worst ever, but one of the worst win ratios since Nixon. I think it was like 31%. As well, he won by like 31.9 or something of eligible voters. 31.9% of eligible voters, which is like one of the lowest winning presidencies of all time. He beat Harris by like less than 1%. And then the other crazy part was he didn't win by like a quorum. There was like less participants than what like 36 or 37% did not vote. And they were saying that even Harris was the same way. So like she didn't lose by this big margin, and neither of them were higher. It wasn't like they were both like, like 37, 34, like more than 33%, like 37, 34, and then nobody showing up. So it showed like, it's kind of saying that voters were like, I'm not fucking interested in either of these two. Like, Biden, get out of here. Harris, get out of here. And Trump, get out of here. I find it a little ironic because I'm like, what I'm told all the time is most of America wants this. And I'm like, that doesn't look like that with the numbers. There was a lot of apathy, I think, in that last election. So I'm always like testing myself. Like, do people really want this? I'm like, do people really want this authoritarianism, or is it speaking to your supporters, which I find is fine. Like if you're like shit posting and Dog and Pony Show to piss people off, I'm like, I got no problem with that to some extent. That's politicking to some extent. Or is he being serious? Because yesterday he made a comment where he said lots of people are talking about liking authoritarian dictatorships or something. And he has a bunch of banners all over DC now, and I'm like, wait a minute here. I'm like, I don't even think MAGA wants a dictator. I'm like, I don't think anybody's ever signed up for dictatorship. But he's like, many people are talking about it, and that's what triggered me. I'm like, many people. I'm like, I got to go back and look at the voters. Because I hear that a lot. I hear like everybody wants it and everybody wants this and everybody wants that. And this is what the majority wants. And sure enough, I looked yesterday and I'm like, this isn't no fucking majority. This isn't even a majority of thirds. It's not, it literally statistically is not even a majority of thirds, which is even more fucking pathetic, in my view, at least. But you kind of want that decisiveness, right? At least win the third. You can't win the half, win the third vote, right? The third of voters. And they didn't even do that. She didn't and he didn't. Neither of them did. So that shows voter apathy, right? The numbers aren't really lying there. So yesterday was even more bizarre. The presser than I was even aware of. Like I just caught the ass end of the presser, and I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. I've seen way worse in this White House than yesterday. Of course, I was out of the loop with some of the batshit crazy stuff he was saying, like quick reaction forces in every state. I'm like, what do you mean quick reaction force? And dude, I gotta tell you something. I was in the Army during COIN, and we're now at like divisional led. We're shifting to a divisional structure in the Army, which is like World War II shit, World War One. Big divisional leadership. It's like top down pyramid kind of strategy. And inside, when we did COIN, it was counterinsurgency is the acronym for it. And so it was like small brigade sized, battalion sized, direct command authority. And we had sections of like artillery, and we had like our own armor, our own helicopters, like like your own little sections for smaller unit size. And there's this other thing. There's this other strategy that we used to do was like I think it was what was it called? Like I forget what it was called, but it was an acronym for like 4 letters or something. It wasn't COIN, it was something else. I'll have to think about it, or maybe like Google search or something. But there was some like strategy that we used in the Army for counterinsurgency, and this is what we did in the Army. Well, I want to tell you guys something publicly here. What Trump's doing right now, we did in Iraq. I'll find out what it's called again, but I can't remember what it's called. But what he's doing right now is the same military strategy that we used in Iraq for counterinsurgency, and it's just mind blowing to see it right now. I don't know that it'll ever play out, or if it's just to piss people off or trigger people to react or anything like that, but it's fascinating to watch. So anyways, there's more craziness going on. You might be wondering, how does that impact the stock market? You should pay close attention to it. I would pay very close attention to it, because it's still scary. I speak to people in our Discord. We have a lot of our membership lives all over the country, and they come from every political cloth. They're Republicans, MAGA, Democrats. We got socialists. We got everybody. We got everybody in our Discord. And the one reoccurring theme is that I notice is uncertainty. Uncertainty by people in general, even if they're for some of this stuff. The uncertainty in how it's being done. The process of how things are moving along. So we'll keep monitoring it and see if it has any market impact, if anything crazy happens. But I want you to consider that as we head into this. Seasonal weakness. That there's a little bit of this. There's a little bit of this like under the surface market shock that's potential that we have for White House policy. I mean, we have some geopolitical stuff still out there. Ukraine, Russia, of course. As a matter of fact, this ties into this. This morning, I read an article that stated that Russia's oil capacity, they lost 17% this week of their oil capacity. 17% in 1 week. We're coming into fall right now. So between policy, geopolitics, fall coming, seeing Trump go off the handlebars yesterday, and you don't know what to expect next. If you track what he says, it's all over the fucking place. It's literally all over the place. You don't know, like, last night at 6:30 we started selling. I think it's 9 o'clock we started selling, 9 p.m. And I went and checked Financial Juice, the news wire, just to see what the news was, and it was it was wild. Japan and Korea are at that time period yesterday. Japan and Korea are going to work together more closely to combat China. And that statement was made yesterday at like 9 p.m. I think Eastern time. And I'm like, wait a minute here. I'm like, weren't we just talking about comfort women? I was like, my president is talking about comfort women in the White House with negotiators and diplomats and trying to put together a deal with the U.S. And meanwhile, he's like stepping into something in the middle of two other countries that are trying to come to an agreement to combat China, who Trump says they're enemy. So why would you ever bring that conversation up while these two countries are doing this stuff? It seems so counterintuitive to do that publicly. And we didn't bleeding last night too. There's a few other reasons, right? Digital tariffs came out late last night as well. Then he's like off the handlebars, threatening everybody with tariffs yesterday. So just the point here stands that I don't believe that the news or data matters as much as it's used as an excuse to buy or sell. But we do have those market shocking moments, and if we're coming into, or if we're in season of volatility, and we're coming into bear season, and any of this rhetoric turns into something that's unknown. Unknown unknowns are dangerous to the market. We already know that. Banks do their own surveillance, almost like intelligence, I would say almost quasi paramilitary intelligence, to be honest with you, to protect their interests. But sometimes you can get market shocks from unknown, like something unknown happening, and it looks like Trump's trying to set that up. I'm looking at the net sum of everything, and I know you're speaking to your base, and I have no problem with that. But this looks almost like, hey, I'm gonna set this up and wait for something to happen unexpected, right? Like you lay the trap, you know what I mean? And someone does something crazy. And as a matter of fact, yesterday after the close, a retired combat veteran went to the White House and burnt a flag. I was like, and I'm like, I think 2 days ago I was like, yeah, we have to really be afraid of the far right fringe. I said that on Twitter. I'm like, I don't even know if you'd be afraid of the Dems, maybe, but I'd be more afraid of crazy people, like someone that believes the Earth is flat. No offense to you if you believe the Earth is flat, but if you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm afraid of those people doing something crazy because of policy, or they see a National Guard soldier standing on the street, which I don't even think they said they're armed. I'm like, I don't even think that they've got loaded weapons. I wouldn't let them have loaded weapons. If they were in my section, I'd be like, fuck no, police that shit up and hand it to me. You can have your clip and that's it. That's it. That's all you can have. I would not want any responsibility bear that responsibility at all in CONUS. Another thing on this too is, let me explain how dangerous this is. I've been on humanitarian missions. I've been to countries. I've been deployed to countries like Guatemala. You have a hurricane, and the U.S. soldiers show up, and they don't arm soldiers in those circumstances. I want you to be clear with you. If you're going in the United States, if you're a soldier and you're going on a humanitarian mission for a hurricane or something, you don't get armed patrolling streets. They don't allow that. It's because we're there to help people. We make that simple to you. We're there to help people. So when you see armed soldiers in the streets in the U.S., it looks like it's goading, where we're trying to set it up so that somebody does something stupid, right? So just be aware of that heading into the fall. Looks like we're trying to set something up to get a reaction, whether it's in Chicago, DC. As a matter of fact, there's another guy yesterday. There was an attorney in DC yesterday that was shaken down by I think ICE. I'm not sure. Somebody. They had like 20, 30 guys shaking him down. He had a gun on him, a weapon, and he had left his clip in his house. And it's reasonable search and seizure, even if you have a clip on you, even if it's on your side or whatever. If they find the clip, it's reasonable search and seizure, or not seizure, but reasonable suspicion to search you. And so they're just looking for a reason. And this guy ended up being an attorney. So this guy wasn't hanging out in the hood. He was in like a nice neighborhood. He was a person of color. So it's like what do you call it? Like you just like trying to trip somebody up, right? To react negatively in a bad light. So just be aware of those. Not just geopolitics in the fall, but be alert for waking up one morning and something crazy happens. You know what I mean? You just like wake up one morning, you're like, oh shit, nobody saw that coming, right? There's no way to hedge that. Those unknown unknowns, and we're in that, and it's a weird place, you know. Regardless of if you're trying to speak to your people or trying to piss off Democrats or whatever, this is closer to trying to ignite something. It's like, here's the gasoline, here's the rags. I'm going to put the lighter right next to you, and then I'm going to call you names. And if I can get you upset enough, maybe you'll do something crazy to validate other things I'm trying to do. So just be conscious of that as we head into the fall. Make sure that you're hedged if you have any risk on market and you're not really low, or you're like you got risk on market. Make sure you're hedged into this fall. Just waiting now for 12 p.m. to see what happens here. See if we can get long on this, or if we're going to start rolling this down and we can start selling it. Yeah. Oh, and he fired Cook last night too. I forgot about that one. We're down like 2 now, aren't we? I think 2 or 3 Fed officials. Like the whole thing, I'm just like, I'm not concerned about it right now. The market's kind of wound up right now, but the moment we unwind this market, coming to the end of the month, you don't know if sentiment changes, right? People are like, let's start, hedging that doom or whatever, that potential doom. Some crash puts. I don't think we crashed, but I just don't want to wake up one morning. There's something like fucking some crazy persons out there pulling something crazy in DC or whatever, or Chicago or wherever. I hope, like, my hope here is that it's all pageantry. They keep the National Guard guys in like tourist traps. They keep them in nice neighborhoods. They keep them anywhere that's easy and normal. They're not like running missions up in side streets and bad parts of town, because the bad parts of town and cities, they're not joking. Like, it's legitimately well, that's hard to say too. If you go to a bad part of town in a city, if you're not doing bad things, you're normally okay. In my experience, I've never had a problem in those places. But if you're looking for it, it'll find you, right? And I think that same thing applies to National Guard to some extent. Like, you start looking for trouble, it'll find you. And I hope that doesn't happen. I don't want to see that happen at all. I've got no fantasies about like wanting to see something bad go down in one of these these poor neighborhoods. Still watching this here for 11:30. Let's see if we can squeeze up here. If you want to get long in here, I think it's a good idea. We'll see if this gets rejected above and to the downside at 12. Don't switch. Yep, on Discord really quick. Hold on, I wasn't on Discord. Yeah, don't start screaming at each other. There's no. I want to say something to you guys in the Discord really quick. I want you guys to know something. I think you're all plebs. I think I'm a pleb. I think you're all plebs. We're all here to make money. This is why we're here. If you want to go somewhere and hang out somewhere else where you want to do political discussions that hate on each other, I'm not here to hate on you if you're MAGA. I think I'm pretty pragmatic in what my statements are here, and they're geared towards the market outcomes. We have to like deal with this Trump shit. The moment that Trump is no longer a market dynamic, that's sooner than you think. We won't talk about him anymore. He interjects himself into that, where most presidents do not. Very rarely do we cover other presidents on the show, but you know already from COVID, from the first Trump one, you trade Trump. So that's what we're doing here. We're trading Trump. You can always come back in 2-3 years if you want and join us, because we likely won't have a president that incites those negative market or positive market reactions. But in this case, it does matter, and I don't care. You know what I mean? So that's going to happen. It's what it is. It sucks. I don't want it to be like that. But he knows what the market does. He's very like Trump. You got to remember, Trump's very savvy when it comes to the market. He knows he said it yet 2 days ago. He said like put 1,000 points in the stock market today. So just be aware of it. It's there. Don't fight with each other. You're here to make money. You're not here to like hate on each other. You guys are paying to be there. I don't know why you'd ever pay to fight with people. That's bizarre. You can go on Twitter and do that all day long. You can I get on Twitter. I shit post on Twitter all the time. That's where I go. I go to BluesSky. I go to Twitter. I go to Reddit. I go to all these different places and say my piece there. So you know, it's what it is. Yeah, I don't think they go to bad side. I hope that they don't go to bad sides of town. I don't think it's going to turn out well for them. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like I don't know. I'll tell you why I think it's bad for them to go to that part. If you want to know why I think it's bad, I think that from my experience, I live in Detroit with African Americans. I live in a very culturally diverse part of Detroit, and the one thing that I took away, I never knew this. I always had black friends and stuff, but I never. When I was in the army, I had black roommate in the army, and like I got culturally close to him, but not anywhere near like it was moving to Detroit. What I was fascinated by in Detroit, in particular, it might not just be African American culture; it could just be poor culture. What really fascinated me about Detroit, in particular, was that Detroiters have nothing or had nothing. Their whole entire culture was stripped from them. Families were broken apart. Fathers were put in prison, multi-generationally. So you get like your grandfather, your great grandfather, your dad, your uncles, your fucking grandfather. And what happens is you tear the social fabric of a community. Listen to this closely. So you tear the social fabric of a community. And once that happens, it's brutal. It destroys like the fabric of a society. And so not only that, in Detroit in particular, Detroiters are denied service all over the place. And they have a history of this going all the way back to the Civil War, and prior to the Civil War, right? Segregation, Civil War, their whole experience in the United States has been very brutal. And what I found fascinating was when I moved here, made a lot of very close, lifelong friends here. They welcomed me into their culture, this Detroit culture, and they've had to make do for themselves because they don't get the service. So an example of this would be I went to a boxing match, an underground boxing match here like 2 or 3 years ago. Got invited, right? It was late night. I show up. It's unsanctioned by the city, the county, or the state. But they had sanctioned it in the community. Like these are all legitimate fighters. They had referees. They had rules. They had security. They had everything. And they had a legitimate fight or fights. They had like a bunch of fights lined up, whatever. But this was within a community. And I was fascinated by, I was like, you couldn't do this. Anywhere else I've lived, you couldn't do this. you'd be shut down in a minute, and there was no need for that form of entertainment anywhere else. You could just go down to the local casino and watch a fight if you wanted to. Everything's sanctions, everything above the table. And since then, I've noticed that in almost everything I do here in Detroit, there's like they police their own. They have like the don't snitch stuff for street justice. They do street justice here in Detroit because no one's there to listen to them or help them or any of that kind of stuff. So rather than just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna let my culture die. They create their own culture and their own society that they've had to live under. So when I say like I don't want to see people come to these inner cities and cause problems, it reminds me of in Ohio, some Proud Boys or some Nazis showed up recently in Ohio, and they tried to protest in an African American neighborhood. You know what they did? They came right out with weapons. The entire community came out loaded to the teeth with weapons. You wouldn't see that in suburbs. These people already know pain, suffering, and then nobody's there for them. And they came right out, and the Proud Boys were like, get in the van, we're out of here. And the police were like, sir, right? Being calm. Nobody got arrested. There was no arrests or anything like that. Even the police are aware of this, that there's like, no one's going to be there for them. And I think that's probably my biggest fear here with that. My biggest fear here with the unknown unknowns is when you come into communities that are historically poor, disadvantaged, in many ways. They're going to police their own neighborhoods. And I would too. I mean, if I was like, I can't say that I'm that guy in any way, shape, or form, but I understand the perspective of those people. And that's not crime. That's like the community. There's actually like culture and society in these impoverished neighborhoods and cities, and that's a real thing, Whereas if you go to like a rich neighborhood, you're not going to see any of that shit, It's going to be like, I've lived in very wealthy neighborhoods, and you're just not going to see the entire community come out with a bunch of low weapons. They're going to call the police and say, hey, there's some, Proud Boys down here or whatever, and can you try to like make sure they're not causing any problems, give them their space and all that. So anyways, just be careful as we head into the fall of something unknown to the market, because we're baiting people, right? We're baiting everybody everywhere we go at the moment. Yeah, exactly. What kind of American are you? Exactly. Are you from the hood? So that meme you just posted, like you could put that meme on like any person from around the US, couldn't you? Like, what hood are you from? Here we go. They're going to try to sell it now. Let's see if they can sell it down. Yeah, try to be nice to each other. You guys are here to make money. You guys are not here to like be fighting with each other with politics and stuff. You can have open dialogue and conversation. Save the shit posting for the big like Twitter and shit and Reddit and wherever else you hang out. Like the shit post and the hurting people's feelings, all that kind of nonsense. Save that shit for later. There's plenty of places to do that at. Let's see if we can sell this bad boy down here. See if I can get some boots. Tight here. What the fuck is that? Just check this here. I had some puts this morning on the open. I thought it was still, I closed them on a different computer. It said they were still open. I was like, oh fuck, they're worth like 9 cents. Like, fuck is this? Hold on here. Let's check this right here. Get out of this really quick. Let's watch this closely here. Dude, what is going on? Hold on here. SPY. I'm having problems with my broker right now. Come on now. It's almost like they want to take my money. So I figure we need them till tomorrow, right? For middle of the day. What are we looking at here? $6.38s are 64 cents right now. Oh, we've even have premium kick for tomorrow, I think. No, maybe not. 638, 639 would be nice. 636 is the sweet spot, isn't it? Just check this down here. Like 640 is the first target. 640, this is the first target right here. And then I don't know about this 636. If we can get that by tomorrow, be kind of nice. We're gonna check. Maybe we can sell this one right here. See if we can sell that right there. Let's watch this closely here. We can sell that down right there. No trade for me yet. $100. I'd want to see the rejection up in here. Note that you have the low, the higher low. So you need to see this new low over here. You would need to see a new low here, and then you'd execute the puts right about here. Don't be selling this yet. They'll squeeze you right out. Let's watch this right here. Don't sell this either. Don't fuck with that. Real sellers like right here. That one. So we got a Trump meeting coming up here too. Hold on here. Let me turn this on. Yeah, we got a Trump meeting at 12, so be careful of a squeeze here. I've got the audio on right now. This is odd too. I'm reading some stuff now where people are questioning if we're going to get a cut or not. What do we got here? Let me read this to you. Is the cut really that important? One, Fed cut hype overrated. Markets thrived through hikes and cash rich. That's my statement. I'm sticking with that right now. Let me read this to you here. Now, this is from Tyler Durden. Is the cut really that important? Mind you, Tyler Durden had said that the cut was locked in just a few days ago. It's just a matter of the data coming out in the next couple weeks. I disagree with that unless the data is really horrible, something we're missing. And he writes, is the cut really that important? Fed cut hype overrated. Markets thrived through hikes.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump due to be hosting a cabinet meeting at the White House. The live video is on the feed for those interested.
Let me explain this to you really quick. Before I read this to you, I want to top line simplify this for you. Why I don't think, well, not just because of data, but let me explain this for you. So you're going through a hiking cycle here, right? Cutting cycle here, hiking cycle, cutting cycle, right? When we start hiking, the markets tend to react negatively. Okay, so we get like markets reacting negatively. Okay, and then once the bond market theoretically or top line, when the bond market feels as though the Fed is on the right path here, right? The markets will actually turn up. And the moment that Wall Street sniffs that not this part here, this is where we are, by the way, in cuts, we're right here. And this can be extended. It can be really wide, right? Squeezing higher now in SPY. But what'll happen is once we start aggressively cutting, hold on here, the market will sell. Shocker, right? When we come into the end of cuts over here, this is typically means that the economy is terrible. This is when you should be starting a business, right? Economy is terrible, and you should be then looking for jobs, looking for opening a business. Market will actually begin to rise again. So that's like the gist of this thesis here. You have some talking in the background, but it's just hot mic stuff. So let me see if this guy says anything. Maybe this guy will say something we don't know. So my point here is listen closely to what Tyler Durden's now changed the tune, okay? So last week his tune was we're getting a cut. It's locked in. It's waiting for the last of this data. It's a sure thing. We're going to price it in, blah, blah, hype, right? This is gambling on cuts, not reality on cuts. And then he came out today and he said, is the cut really that important? Number one, Fed cut height. So once the bond market's happy with cut, once the bond market's happy with the Fed addressing economic issues, the market calms down, less volatility. If the bond market thinks that we're over tightening, or if the bond market thinks we need to continue to tighten, and we change course from that, the bond market can pull nutty, right? They can have a freak out. We also know that Trump wants to cut. Why? To get passage of his what? Of his policy, right? Trump needs cuts to get policy passed, especially spend. To spend more money, that is needed. Let's watch this closely here. See if they can come in here and do this. Wait a minute here. We're still bouncing around with puts here. Puts are still 35 cents right now. Even up here. They're still put. I'm looking at puts right now. They're 636. They're 35 cents. I'm shocked that they're 35 cents. They were like 38 cents down here. So only lost 3 pennies so far.
We are shortly expecting the start of Trump's cabinet meeting. Again, live video is on the feed.
I got it on over here. So, ready? Fed cut hype overrated. Markets thrived through hikes. Not really the beginning, but later on they did. And cash-rich AI giants aren't swayed by 25 BPS or BP shifts. Cuts matter more for value than tech. We noticed that when we priced in. I want to sell this right now so fucking bad. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I'm greedy right now. I want to grab like 636s for tomorrow. I really want to start selling the fuck out of this right now. I'm gonna wait. I'm patient here for Trump to start doing the cabinet shit. We saw the squeeze the other day when we're pricing in rate cuts. You saw IWM squeeze up. Rotation in play. Rate narrative favors economy-sensitive names. IWM over mega cap tech and QQQs. Why tech wobbled? Mix of weak stock reaction. CRVW, AMAT, CSCO, Cisco. China's NVDA, H2O warning and fading LM hype after ChatGPT updates. JPM Market Intelligence. So there's even some questioning coming in. Thank God I didn't buy those puts, dude. Look at that shit. No touchy. No touchy. No. Thank God I didn't buy puts there. Oh, God. I want to buy them like right here. Get them just a little bit higher. Oh, God, that'd be all my money burning right now. And don't forget, we have this one right here, too. We have all this right here. Do not get caught in a squeeze higher. That bigger so you can see it. And this is where the sellers are if you don't know. Or they're right here. So the real sellers are right here. And your your Chamath sellers are like right here.
Apple are to hold an event on September 9th to introduce new.
I lived in LA.
So again, that's Apple holding an event.
I had some really close friends from Compton. We had gangs in my neighborhood. I lived in Santa Monica. Santa Monica was like a weird place. Like you'd have like somebody really rich, and then you'd have somebody really poor and living next to each other because of rent control in Santa Monica. Yeah, I want to see the pump too. I'm with you, L Director. I want to see like ting and then straight down. We see little sellers. And big sellers right here.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of News Mobile Editors Wrap here from the White House. I'm Saurabh Shukla. What will it take for US and India to mend their ties? What will it take
What the fuck is
them to make sure that the tariff logjam that has been happening between them gets sorted?
I might have the wrong channel here. This is the channel from Financial Juice, but there might be a better channel here.
And I get a sense that what's missing is
Oh no, it's the same one.
what's missing
Point.
engaging with the administration. Obviously, there have been things back
Is it
in
News Now or something?
negotiations which were happening.
Live Now.
Welcome back here on.
Also,
Okay, JD, could I ask you?
Nope, hold on a second here.
I did not
Welcome
realize-
back here on Live Now from Fox.
Turn that off.
Thank you. That's my bad. That's my bad.
No, it's all right. Not your bad. I should have been careful.
No, it was mine.
I will.
I set you up for failure.
Yeah, I surfed. Yeah, hell yeah. I surfed Santa Monica, Venice up here. I love surfing down south. Surf San Onofre, San Elijo are places I like to surf. I always to surf
Oh, so sorry about this.
La Jolla too. I almost got the only place I almost got beaten up in was La Jolla and Oceanside, I think. Only two places that I've ever had physical altercations with people. Never had a problem in Venice, of all places. I always thought I would, but I lived there, so it wasn't so bad. I was kind of local there. Yeah, I found Malibu to be very aggressive too. If you didn't live in Malibu, I wouldn't surf in Malibu. I thought it was dangerous. And then I have friends, most of my friends were transplants from NorCal. I got along better with people. If you're native to Southern California or native to Northern California, I was more friendly with NorCal cats. Let me see if they're. I don't see the live. This might be the one we're looking for here. I'm not seeing much coverage here. What is it called? Live? Is it called Now or something? What's the MAGA one? Live Now. That's what it's called. Live Now.
Welcome back here.
No. Do they have a live stream going? Live. Here we go. Okay, it says upcoming. Here we go. Rock and roll. We're still in something else right now.
This is the west wing behind me, right?
We're still waiting.
Wait, better.
Look at these little fuckers. Goddamn bears.
Hello and welcome to the special News Mobile Editors Wrap from inside the White House. Behind me is the west wing of the White House where President Trump sits with his key interlocutors and all the big decisions are made. Today I'm talking about what will it take to mend US-India partnership, which was good. President Trump several occasions has praising Prime Minister Modi, but this relationship has seen one of its worst dips. One of the things sources are telling me is the way
Oh, did you?
engaging
Oh, I see it.
the Trump White House, it will require some out-of-the-box diplomacy because President
You went to the tall ships here.
like other presidents, he has a very different way of working. It's more informal. He goes through
We had the same tall. Netherlands had tall ships, but we did too. Detroit had tall ships.
why that engagement is required. Second thing is that he is a deal maker.
I just saw a bunch of pictures from David AMS. He sent a bunch of pictures of the tall ships in the Netherlands. I saw the Netherlands tall ships. We had them here like last week.
Provide
Oh, I want to sell that so fucking bad right now.
give him that
You just see these puts here. They're 32 cents right now.
gone wrong on both sides.
They're so fucking cheap.
Relationship is too pivotal. The relationship is too important. Whether it's the diaspora connect or the economic
Just check something here really quick.
that we need to repair this on an urgent basis.
I want to show something else here too. Here's the high from this. Yeah, I got the high right there.
There are still, I would say,
What's the other one I want to sell? 632.72. Yeah, right in here.
has been engaged
Right in here. I want to sell that too.
with key interlocutors, but obviously we haven't got a solution as yet. The more this logjam lingers, this is not good for the relationship because this relationship has been preserved over several administrations, has been carefully, I would say, orchestrated as one of the most consequential partnership for the entire world. And if we were to fritter away these gains, it will be a big loss for both the countries. US needs India and India.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. It's just it's a hot mic.
Everybody who's know things here at the White House in Washington tells me that. But clearly, we need to repair these ties with some out-of-the-box diplomacy, things which haven't been done Indian diplomacy so far. Stay tuned to News Mobile's continuing coverage here from the White House and Washington, D.C.
Let's see where these sellers are here.
Hello and welcome to
There's a bigger squeeze here to like 645.
from Washington, D.C. at the White House.
Oh, see this yellow one right here.
Hello and welcome
If we break above this, there's potential to trade
to news headlines for the day.
644.93. Just a note here that this squeeze here, if we break above this, there is potential for us to go all the way up here.
Hello and welcome to
Just note that, okay? There's a giant squeeze in here. Big, 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 big squeeze. I know those big sellers are here, but there's a giant squeeze in here, like 645. Note that it's there.
Hello and welcome to News Mobile Primetime Wrap. I'm Saurabh Shukla, and here are the top news headlines for the day.
For a 645, they're $1.04 right
Cabinet
now.
meeting has now started with Trump's.
Here we go.
Again, the
Here we go, gents and ladies. If you can't bear this stuff, I understand. If this makes you angry watching this, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you can always turn us off. You can come back. I get it. I understand.
I want to thank you all for being here as we prepare to celebrate Labor Day, when we honor the incredible, hardworking men and women of our country, which is doing very well, I have to tell you. Every policy of the Trump administration is designed to lift up the American worker, promote great-paying blue-collar jobs, and to rebuild the industrial bedrock of our nation. It's also obviously for great defense. We have the greatest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely in my first term. Some of it was stupidly given away to Afghanistan. For what reason? Nobody can figure that one. But it was still a relatively small amount of what, if you compare. The concept of what they did, however, is just incredible. But the country is doing well. We're respected all over the world like never before, probably. We went to NATO, as you know, and they went from 2% to 5% of GDP. Nobody expected that. And the difference is they didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know,
Trump's like, he's like, I've been up all night long, fucking tweeting all night, posted on Truth Social.
I want to talk about making. I want to talk about we're no longer involved with funding Ukraine, but we are involved with trying to stop the war and the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the NATO people, where I'm very friendly and we have a great relationship. But that was an amazing
Squeezing higher now. Trade 643.
entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make, because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that, and we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what.
Watch out for a squeeze. We're squeezing.
But that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up, where they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase.
Wages are good right now. He's correct on that. He's not lying.
Because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases, with thanks to Doug and Chris, and some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much.
He's telling the truth about the economy being great right now.
$50 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon, and that has a huge impact. So we have groceries are down, energy is way down. Energy
Yeah, that's true.
was $4 and $5
Contrary to popular belief.
a gallon of gas. Think of that for gasoline, and now it's probably $2.25.
He's talking before taxation.
It broke $2.
He has to, because he misspoke about it earlier in his presidency.
California, where they
He has to stick with the pre-tax price.
They know what it was a year ago.
Watch out for a big, big upside move here.
Are way down. Eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people were, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden, or whoever was operating the auto pen, actually.
Watch this. See this reaction right here? This is very touchy.
Factories are booming compared to before.
They're going to take their stops right now.
Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to build, they don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about other, but the auto plants, you know, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the
Little sellers getting run over here.
coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe, and it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming, and when they actually open, you know, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg, and you'll see this is AI now. These are, I never understood. I said, well, you know, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said 50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's 50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that, that's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy that if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we are able to
No roll yet.
China goes out and builds these massive plants. So right now, building 58.
Just a note, there's potential to squeeze on a successful back test to 645, 644.98 or something like that.
Works for them, and we call it clean coal. We don't call it.
We're running over currently the sellers from 9 p.m. Last night.
Safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I was speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, you know, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, you know, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, you know, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened at UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil that's tremendous, and they closed it up, and they've been building windmills all over the place. And I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're gonna have a bad awakening very soon. It's gonna be very bad. They're ugly. They don't work. They kill your birds. They're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works, and then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're going to fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants, and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants, but think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are gonna want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel, as you know. We have an outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new plants, new everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels.
Squeezing higher now.
You're going to be talking about that in a second, I think.
Watch out for an explosive upside move.
These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down.
644.98 is the target.
That's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.
Watch out for, like, the sellers should show up in here and then higher.
But it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something.
And the gap to is huge, pretty big. It's up here.
We've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice when
I don't know if he'll talk long enough to get it up there, but
private jobs
just I don't know if we need him to talk positive.
it's easy to hire people.
If he doesn't, it could peter out, and we're down here again.
But government
Be
jobs
careful up here.
actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up. And these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And
Watch this red one down here.
Artists, they were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. And it was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture. But furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left, but they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren. And it's going to be a beautiful.
That one now. Get rid of that one now.
Without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back.
Back testing 1 minute trigger right now.
A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product, too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be equally as important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten.
5 minute trigger is now crossing the half. There's a 3 trigger bull cluster.
And now the head of the auto workers have been so amazing.
5 minute trigger now crossing the half hour and hourly trigger.
And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing a great job. Thank you, Brooke. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China.
Watch this cluster right here. They're very powerful.
South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time. And now we have a very good deal. We made that with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country. Trillions. Far beyond billions, trillions of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time. They have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, and we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. And, I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really
watch this one right here.
And we cut the trade.
Watch that prior high right there.
That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things, all these numbers, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job. But it was a horrible, horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan. which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you can possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically.
I think he's talking about this because he's about to roll out the ban on COVID.
Was robbing us blind, friend and foe.
So he's like laying out the he's laying out the thesis for banning the vaccine, and because of his statements regarding Wuhan and the COVID vaccine.
And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history.
You're looking for this tick right here?
That I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful. That was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut.
It's a lot of sellers right in here.
It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, just think of that. And no tax on overtime.
Fucking Gandalf up here with the "You shall not pass."
That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have, like, this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death.
Checking right now, the gamma, one date gamma right here is, let me just check, take a peek at it.
If the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the
One date gamma for SPY.
Social Security. And
it's all calls, 643, 644, and 645
in spades because the country is becoming so successful.
for one date gamma.
And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that, but waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. Like it was horrible.
I'm actually up on the week finally right now.
It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well,
Yep.
that was nice.
That's wrong.
I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They'd never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States.
So we got that tick right here. Here's the high tick on the, hold on.
And it didn't seem that complicated.
Here's the high tick for this one.
It's working at a level that
So we're just looking for that one right here.
this is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's
Maybe down there.
heard of before, but $4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not.
A lot of grind in here. Grind, grind, grind. They're trying to send us over here, but
It's
it looks like dealers are waiting for Trump to wrap it up to sell it.
things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very
That's cool.
challenge, I can tell you. She's put her heart into it.
Is that for kids?
Inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this
I like that.
technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television.
This one's been done right here.
All put together in one. This is why when I show you
Just slide that over.
like that, I mean, I show you this This is a factory superimposed over the island.
We already did that one, so we're just waiting for this one right here.
We have many of them being built right now, all over the country.
This is what I want to know: is do they roll it?
Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody can do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to ai.gov to learn more, ai.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge.
This is the next trade right here.
Exciting to people, so I want to thank her. Raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the America worker first. And you know, the Republican Party,
This is still valid for a back test.
4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. Don't let, it's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3. Like transgender for everybody.
Yeah, I like that. I like the AI.gov. I'm down with that.
I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well.
I like that. I like that a lot.
For men.
I'm not actually against like the new economy either. I just don't think that I don't think Bob on Main Street knows what that means.
But you can't
That's my problem.
guy playing basketball with
I think Bob on Main Street thinks that's good for him, and it isn't.
problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap.
Or there's a lot of pain in it.
He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. They're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family, but he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois, and he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? He's another hopeful.
It's like we're creating shit that's not really there. Just to like, what I always notice is that like Trump like creates problems and then solves them. He's like, we got a problem. There's like massive crime in the United States. And then like 2 days later, it's been like a week. He's like, did you notice that like yesterday yesterday I'm listening to him and he's like lowest crime in history in DC the past 2 weeks. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, fuck you talking? Like he solved crime in like 2 weeks. He's like, all the numbers are great right now. Like, is it his handlers telling him this or?
So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just
100%.
You would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime.
Like,
He'd be calling me. And
it's so absurdist. Like, I don't know what to do with it.
it's out of control.
It's out of control, dude. Like, I don't know.
In
So pass me the weed, dude. It's out of control.
Illinois, by the way. Not even close.
We're up to 7 right now. We're waiting for 10. We give them 2 weeks for 10 wars.
The troops. We sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job.
Maybe today he'll say it.
We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term. And I was really sad because I said, oh, boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. Little things happen.
Let me move this so you can see him.
You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
But he's the head of the World Cup.
He's like one of the worst guys in the world.
And
It's like one of the most criminal, corrupt.
I'm not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited.
Oh God, I gotta listen to this. You guys think I want to listen to this? Like some of you guys are like, oh, he wants to listen to it, so I can bash him. I'm like, no, I
Anniversary.
don't even want to listen to this.
I'd like to claim it, if I might.
I have to suffer. I have to get brainwashed with MAGA for 2 years.
I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff.
I bet we're gonna put banners everywhere, bro.
Christy, because of you and Tom Homan and everybody, right? But so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting, it's going to be done properly. So I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected. We had some fantastic decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for
All the circles that I talk in they all want dictators.
that was killing our country. That was a,
All my friends are talking about it.
you can now go into a company.
All my friends said they want a dictator. They want a strong president and a dictator president.
Some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big
Dude,
decision. Very, very
talk dirty to me, Daddy. I want a dictator.
decisions, and we've all made some great.
Come on, squeeze it up. Pay me.
I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard.
Watch that. They're trying to break out right here.
Everything, and he's been great. And
Watch out for a squeeze.
Really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think.
644 change.
I don't think you should.
Now, just note that they are going to try to sell the moment you touch this. They're going to be up there trying to fuck with it.
You know, everybody likes him, but everybody, much more importantly than like, I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is,
Yes.
I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it.
I want socialized companies.
And I want to mention, you know, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So
I want to command authority, Daddy.
for having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NVDA, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, or what some people call pistol whip me, before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now.
Thank you, Iris, for being honest.
Such incidents involve not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing at the age of back then, I think 23.
Right.
I just started my career here in DC without even starting a family. But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity.
You had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger, because these are animals that don't know what the hell. They couldn't care less. The pulling the trigger to him is very
I'm so bad.
So how did you And you did refuse to give it, which
Correct.
would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right?
Right.
But you refused, but I understand that. So, and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's
This is gone now. Oh, is that still there? It's still there.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making DC safer for us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way.
Is it a scary movie? Yeah. Fuck yeah, Daddy. Do it to me.
And there are other reporters and
I
journalists.
want to own all of big tech. I want the government to own it all. More government.
And not violently too, but pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They're
Oh yeah, we're spending money everywhere.
sorry, my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now. In
Oh
DC.
fuck yeah, Daddy. Do it to me.
12 days ago, they would never even think. One of my friends went.
Dude, we weren't going out to dinner until 12 days ago. The moment that you mentioned you were buying all these companies, I started going out to dinner. Everybody's talking about it.
Open again. A lot of them closed because they weren't. Nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Tren-de-Aragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Tren-de-Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang. I think it was Tren-de-Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long, and they're calling these.
I think we all think they're bad, Trump, bro. We all know that criminal drug gangs are bad.
Games. I said, you don't have to.
I think we all know that, brother.
And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers standing like this, and you'd have some
I don't know, man.
sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing.
You know, I was actually a transition soldier. I was a soldier when troops had zero respect from public. We're giving all that back right now.
All of those things. The story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them.
We're giving all that back right now, bro. We're going right back to the Vietnam era right now,
It's so good.
where the general public is not too keen on the military right now.
Capital, there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation. Anyway,
The War Department.
now it's one of the-
We used to have a War Department, but
not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation, and they have to.
did you guys? So they're gonna change the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
Mayor, and I like the mayor. Fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she.
Let me
I wish she were a horrible person.
let me
But she's probably.
give you some headlines for the Department of Defense. And I'm gonna change the Department of Defense headline to Department of War for you.
Now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they
Hold on here.
did is they issue numbers. It's the best.
Sort by custom range.
It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers, and then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. I mean, if they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false.
No, I agree with him on this. Like,
something about
they're not fucking phony numbers. It's just that the process can be improved. I don't disagree that the process can't be improved, but or like force the information to come out earlier. But the numbers aren't false. There's like no false numbers.
Cookies, they can take care of themselves, but it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. Guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you work. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems.
Let's see if we can buy this dip here.
Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you.
We're trying to trap this roll here. You see that roll being trapped in? You see the high right here, lower high.
In Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another.
Trying to roll this down here.
Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion.
What?
You wouldn't have the Olympics.
Dude, they're saying they went to L.A. and now that they cleaned up L.A.?
Said, thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said, we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said, on the first or second night, he said, we could have never handled. That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics or the World Cup because
they're saying that they cleaned up L.A.
There wouldn't be anything left.
I don't know if that's true.
Lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest, and I was after them in my first administration. Turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish that's not doing well because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be a protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds of millions of gallons of water a day into the Pacific Ocean. They turn a valve, and the valve heads out, and we turn the valve back. I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should, and I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this to that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country, but they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And
Watch out, they're trying to roll this down here to the side.
Medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to
You want to watch this tick right here.
different places, and you go to a store and
Watch this one right here.
of what we pay in the United States because they said, nope, we're not paying any more.
Watch this one closely. They're going to try to get that new low right here. Watch this low.
And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay.
Start blasting this down.
And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or a 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs.
Watch this here very closely. There we go.
20% of what? So
It popped that time.
they're going to go up in price. And
Now we want to watch this one right here.
with all of them. I mean, you could ask I get along good with all of them. But I said, you know, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization.
I'm going to try to buy this here if I can.
As the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world.
If they can get me down here, I'll jump.
That's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, you're right, I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying. Where we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were sending, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it.
See, the sellers are right here, right back over here, here.
You send into our country. That's
So you can see it right there. 1, 2, 3,
to get the drug companies to do it.
4, 5. Bloodbath.
So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that. Not 2%. And I just tell this last story.
What the fuck is that?
When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices went down for the first time in 28 years under my administration.
Still having problems setting up trades here.
0.25%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went
There is like,
tiny, but it still went down.
here's a low. This one's slightly lower, I think. Let me just check this.
I realize, you know, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart.
Oh, that is lower. This is lower here.
Ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick and I got the drug companies to agree. And I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So
Watch this white line right here.
the countries are there, and we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done, and we're going to have the biggest price of it. Now, that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. And we're all set with the countries, and we're all set with the companies. That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist anymore. That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. You know,
That's right.
they had the most complex formula. It was genius, but they didn't get away with it. So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with with the leverage that we have from tariffs.
In terms of like drugs and what he's talking about with drugs and like, are they cheaper?
Bobby's.
Cutting out the middleman. He's probably right on that.
When you put those two together, it really gives Bobby.
In theory, it's cheaper.
So
I don't really give an edge to like public or private. It's just who pays. Is it the group pays? Does everybody pay for the drugs or?
Working Americans and bring jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America.
Hey, just a note to you out there: if you're in any drug stocks for COVID with this guy RFK on, be careful. If you're like long drug companies, be careful if they announce today that they're going to ban COVID vaccines.
A year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion.
I don't know if they'll drop that today or not.
And revitalize these communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back.
We are rolling again.
I wanted to talk because you mentioned the wind farm.
Dealers pinning us in again.
Departmental.
Need a reason to buy calls here, not finding one yet.
Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth, who are all working on this issue. And Lee, who are all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them
they're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160.
Holy Christ! Like, what are we doing, dude? What are we doing here? We're just riding sideways.
Atlantic whale population.
I think I should just start buying some puts here.
The humpback whales.
I'm about to buy some puts. Hold on here.
You are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. You're going to save.
They're going to roll this down. You can see it.
On commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated. We just stopped a shipment that was contaminated.
Tight here.
157.
Here's the equal legs here.
They're farming these shrimps and they use bactericides and chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated that the European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here and they're putting out of business. We have the most
down here
highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all the trawlers in the Gulf and Alaska are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization.
Squeezing higher now.
80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with personal health records. The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records.
Watch out for a roll here.
It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought at HHS, under your leadership and my leadership, more enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration.
Right.
So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools. And the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets. And the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We're going to change that. So if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about it.
Dealers just begging for this to end so they can sell it. You can see it.
The Pete and Bobby Challenge.
All the way down here.
I want to give an update. Pete got, or I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet
642.40 I got.
is Scott Turner. Got
Yeah, right there. Actually lower down there.
your arm. You got 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 administer, which President Trump did with
This is almost guaranteed.
so he's the only one exempt in this room. Everybody else.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could.
Can't get nothing here to push us higher. No news here from Trump. Couple pushes, push up here, push up here.
What's happening in
Push up here, just looking for any kind of good news. Not seeing it.
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as
Check flows right now.
finding interventions, certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism.
6:43 is the prominent gamma strike for today, so we're kind of tied in here, but
big day.
if we end this, they'll fade it again.
Something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting more.
What did he say?
19 children now, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970.
Equity in this nation,
5 boys.
Think of those numbers. It
yield,
has to be something.
easy yield. If you have cash, like you guys talking about the bond market maybe or debt?
You're looking for
If the country you're living in is issuing currency or is in like easy money, you need a place to put it
1 in 31 or
to earn yield. So what's the largest country with debt? We're one of them. So you go there and you buy that debt to have yield on your money.
that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers that, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think
See how like
nothing, including favored nations.
see I want to show you guys something here. Like this is very prime right here. Like just watch this really quick, okay?
We're going to do something.
Just want to show you this here.
I think
So you got like dealers like in right in market is lopsided right now, right? Trump comes up, lay off it, comes up.
and we want nothing less.
Looking for positive news, we get some more positive news. Kind of fades, right?
They've been very bad.
But nothing that gets us up and out and running, right? Nothing that's like breaking news from this presser that could send us higher. And then the moment that happens, we've got like 643s are in the money. So you've got are these call holders that are now in the money? Are they selling? And there's no reason to buy more. Immediately we start going down, right? Like it's almost like a bloodbath. Just waiting for good news.
To jobs that are happening now, and if we see
no good news, end of press conference, nothing breaking.
Middle schools and our high schools, so that high schools.
This is really showing you that you kind of need like the potential. So this would be unrealized positive volatility. And then to get the follow through, you need realized positive volatility to break above and continuation where you're wrangling in dealers. So without that, what do? We stall.
Just our normal job.
We go right back into the regime of murder bot, right? So like right back in here, murder bot, wait for the next potentially positive news.
So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education.
Like now we're back to like waiting for tomorrow at 11, 12, like 12 o'clock.
We're going to let them educate our children again. And, you know, we're rated out of 40.
Look at that fucking thing right there.
So obviously it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden.
Don't mind this line right here.
Some of the other Finland.
That's not a trend line. Hold on here.
To just take a look at anything you want to do. You
just be aware that that's not a trend line. It's just it's a trend line.
Or gave Indiana, and I don't say every one of them.
Do you see how they're trying to sell it right now?
Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't.
Trying to do in here is roll this down, right? Because you know we can break out here, right?
You cut it into 5 sections.
Start cranking. So we need like good news. No good news. What do? We fade, right? Fade until the next round of potentially good news.
Norway, Sweden, and everyone.
This also becomes.
I figure you have.
This also becomes.
And then you'll have 10.
Kind of scary because.
5 disasters.
You know, after what do we have for good news after?
For the most part.
After NVDA and others, like we don't have a lot of good news expected.
Things we're doing at this table. So
we get tied into like end of month flows and stuff.
Where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards, the local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings.
There are the sellers there.
With the real estate because.
And also noteworthy, this is where the little sellers are right here. So you can see them.
Anybody murders something in the capital punishment. Capital
what?
punishment. If somebody kills somebody.
Don't we already do that?
Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
How many?
And that's a very strong.
Like we do that already, don't we?
And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country.
Is there? I don't know if there's capital punishment in D.C. I know there is in other states.
So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, penalty. Okay?
Oh, it is abolished in D.C. I just read that. It's abolished.
How are you doing?
But it's not in the rest of the U.S. We're like one of the worst states, aren't we?
Pretty good work.
Or state or countries. We have like one of the biggest death penalties in the world. We're like top 4.
Well, interestingly enough,
I think we're like right above or I think we're even above Iran. It's like Iran and us.
every single week, they want to sit down and talk to us about all of the steps that they are taking because they would like to not.
But it is illegal in D.C. He's saying he's going to put it back in.
So it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
It says a number of executions were carried out. Let me read this to you. It's abolished in the D.C. However, a number of executions are carried out under the district's jurisdiction before abolition. These executions should be distinguished from cases such as the 1942 execution of 6 Nazi saboteurs, which took place in the district under the jurisdiction of the federal government.
Thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
It says that the D.C. capital punishment law was nullified by the Supreme Court.
Especially our auto workers, our coal mines.
This is if you guys want something interesting to read, this goes against everything he's saying right now.
And the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that.
So a lot being said here that's
there is a binary
counter to, unless maybe he's got the Supreme Court SCOTUS under his thumb, maybe is why he's saying it. But it's maybe he thinks, or maybe he'll do the executive order and then disobey the Supreme Court. I don't know.
His team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced.
So you have the low right here. They're trying to turn this up.
Finding all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations.
It's kind of messy here.
The single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal government.
Let's check just 30-minute on 5-minute. Hold on a minute, guys. Let's check this.
And what we are accomplishing.
Higher, low, higher, low, higher. That's all bullish. Just check this here. This is fucking half hour is bullish. 15 minutes waning. That's not good for intraday stuff.
And the DCOS P, the policy.
Just check this here. Just check these last candles here. See this candle? This is an hourly candle here, just so you can see this hour candle.
Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement.
This is bullish here. We just hide all this stuff here. Let me just look at this.
Mr. President,
so keep an eye on this.
Water flowing faster.
Hide drawings.
With the Secretary of Energy.
So see this candle right here?
To do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that.
We're okay right now. I mean, it's got a wick up here.
People out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things?
You kind of need this to start rolling. You need to lose the hourly trigger.
For millions of
Let's check the 4-hour really quick and see if I'm missing anything.
Was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do
this hourly this 4-hour looks good.
Unleash energy dominance, advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform.
Let's check something here.
The AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs.
Like here's this 15-minute right here. They're trying to hold this.
Again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership.
643.01.
For electing you and our amazing vice president.
We haven't lost support yet. Just heads up.
And signing on
Let me just check this really quick.
An agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary.
So this is support. This is real support right here.
The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. And the list, it's amazing. You know, somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense. The amount of work with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires, to get.
And just note, you've got the first low right here.
Also something that Secretary
If they make the next low, start buying some puts.
ranchers and land
Not there yet, but if they make we have the low here. If they make the second low here, it's gonna be a nasty downside move. We're not there yet, but almost.
water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict.
If you see a roll down here,
having to do with the rebuilding. Of
right there's puts, but we're not there yet.
the approvals done for every.
Door's not open yet either.
It was so fast, nobody could believe it, and the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten their approvals, and they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing, and you have a governor who is just such a bad governor, and the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far, and yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, well, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
And they're talking about also taking away
Coming into 130 right now. Be careful.
low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permit. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of this site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newsom and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage.
I agree with some of what he's saying here.
These people are just...
But he's not a believer in this.
Make America great again. They could never make America.
That's my only problem with what he's saying right now.
Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi. She's becoming a bigger and bigger star.
And developers don't want development, crazy development. They like limited development.
Labor Day weekend.
He's no exception.
Such a great great opportunity really to
Keeps property values high.
as a true champion for working people. And I know we'll hear as we go around.
I want to sell the fuck out of this pretty bad.
Focus singularly
Into 130. I want to sell this into 4. I don't know if I'm going to get the chance here.
is that common thread that we're
See if they can do it again. They get one more chance here.
across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people
No new low so far.
And free. We're doing great work on this front.
Had the one low, but no new low. We'll see if they can do it. They'll take one more shot at it here. We'll see if they can sell this one down.
Across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads.
Indecision candle right now in the hourly.
Is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that.
We're heading into squeeze potential again.
You're finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of 4 is going to save about $10,000.
Thank you for increasing the debt and the
an increase in the child tax credit.
spending too. I appreciate that. I'll be honest with you. Can't have a bull market without it.
And small business.
Little sellers getting run over a second time now.
Main Street, because small business makes up 99% of all.
Up here and see these guys right here. About to start squeezing here.
Nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses.
Go Michigan.
58% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses. 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you've solved for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat...
Sellers failing back here to drop it. They're going to get another shot right here.
Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about.
She's asking for crack right now for Main Street.
It happened to you.
Saying that Main Street wants a rate cut.
It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans, and unfortunately, disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program.
Pretty bullish here. This is good.
Government. We have a network of 5,000 banks, so we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country, and I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, of criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors that said we want to do better. And we've saved.
Just a note here that there was a high right here.
So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayers.
There's a new high right there.
The mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us.
There's still squeeze here.
Great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0.
Incredible.
That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody, and Pete, good job.
I should go all the way down there.
Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chris. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with a plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity.
I'm going to be watching this right here. Keep your eyes on this right here.
Lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're
You don't want to see this new low. You want to see this hold right here and just start going higher.
automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country.
If you're sell side, you want to see
Shrinking our energy system. We were going to
that right there and then the roll.
in artificial
Still not there yet.
not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are
Watch this exact tick right here.
of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under construction, just in artificial intelligence. But the reason
And this one right here.
of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors, like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless.
Taking another chance at it here and down here.
We're bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament, again, that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and childcare and reduction in taxes, so they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is.
So sellers need this like low hair,
$4 million in grants for the capacity of what?
and then we go down into the bell over there, but we're not there yet.
1 million.
Just watch it right there.
Across this nation.
We're not there yet. You gotta get the new low, and you gotta get the bye bulls.
We have done is
Watch this really closely here.
guidance on cryptocurrency.
Watch this white line.
On that, we've rolled that back, and of course, we're going to see the 401k
See, this still buying here.
in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited
Not good enough for Southside yet.
on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President.
Oh, they're pushing us under right now.
The
They're choking these bulls out like it's nobody's business.
I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship.
Almost there, but not quite.
I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another billion.
I got to look at NVDA really quick and see what their expected move is for tomorrow.
So it is working. Everything that you
If we're deep enough for that, for their expected move.
we all can put into play has been working. Ohio, McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American fishermen and shrimpers. In Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where
6.3%.
thank you for what you are doing with your
No.
agents on ICE, and
What?
thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon, and crack down.
Hold on here.
Still good people.
I'm missing something here.
Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in
6% move on NVDA.
the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off
6% move.
on Labor Day again, not Democrats.
Where's NVIDIA?
We are, and you are the president of the American worker, so thank you for everything that
Thank
you've
you
done.
very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You really turned out to be
6% move. Oh yeah, they got to get it down even more.
He said, but I know that you were, you know, a little bit middle of the road.
That's 187.
He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. So,
doing a great
I
job.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with everyone.
Dude, even like,
almost daily.
I'm looking at the expected move, the priced inness of NVDA.
President Trump, if I could focus on public safety, not only domestic but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary,
Here we go. Ready?
you know, kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day.
You're just waiting for the tick down. Whoop.
You know, our
Just waiting for the tick down right now below this.
coming to not only
That's good enough. That's all you need.
over this country. We're
Then we're going to get blasted right down here.
right on our waterways. It is illegal to be under the influence.
That's all you needed. That's it. We're bearish.
Designated voter if you're out
Watch out for that bear cross above.
Potomac or the Gulf of America or the
We're going to try to sell this right now.
this weekend.
Come right in here and just sell this thing down.
And on an international level, Secretary Rubio, thank you for all your help on everything we're doing, and everyone around this room. But yesterday, there was a big, big win. El Mayo pled guilty, and he was the co-founder of Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. And there's even a Narcos Netflix series about these guys. Well, now we know the ending. He's going to die in an American prison. They are one of the worst, El Chapo and El Macho.
Is Bondi like watching a Netflix show to get her intel on gangs, on cartels?
And others throughout this country, throughout this world.
Like there's a Netflix show about it.
Our country, drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines, that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing, not only in DC, but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses.
You mean it's not people on the street doing it, it's rich people.
The drugs that had been seized right here in DC, President, they were packed.
It's not poor people. They don't mind the fentanyl. It's the rich people that don't want it.
From the
Pam, stop.
President Trump for your
Don't lie, Pam.
letting America
We know who doesn't want the fentanyl. It's your people.
college kids have
When you're doing the yayo and stuff at the parties and shit.
this trash, because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax and
The poor is like that shit. It's cheap drugs.
it could be laced with something very lethal. So thank you, President
Great
Trump.
message,
Thank
and
you,
you've been
President.
fantastic this last 12 days in D.C. The job you and your whole group has done.
I have a new low here. It's kind of weak.
world.
This isn't looking good. This is looking kind of bearish in the bell. Be careful of selling into the close today into 4 p.m. Like just fading and then, the usual bullshit. We got to wait for 10, 12 o'clock in the morning. We're not quite, we're not rolling yet, but up here, see this cross? They start green barring this up, and they're going to try to sell this down here.
Together to make America safe and DC safe.
I'm going to try to put some puts on this cross up here. There's also one more, or a few more.
Thank you, Pam.
Just put it up here.
Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir.
That one, close that one out.
Congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherit.
Move that over there.
First Labor Day.
These are the little sellers right here.
You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure,
Guys don't give a fuck, do they?
with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not...
Just check this on a 1 hour and see if there's any changes for targets.
Hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies...
Move this one down here.
...of the American people.
Move that one right there. Move this one right here. Move this one right here. 642, 31.
Is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course,
Trying to sell this. We got a new low down here, so
we inherited
they're going to try to sell this down right here. Just a note into the close today.
statistic of the Biden administration.
If the bulls regain, I'll let you know.
100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already, but to the
Bears in charge right now.
there's a lot more to do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job under the president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, J.D. Scott?
Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve...
If the bulls take over, you'd need to see price go all the way up here. Then come back down to turn higher.
That gives it credibility. And you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3%.
I don't know if I'd give Trump all of that. I'd say I think it's been like that. Or I'd say, but Trump, Biden, both together.
Of your one big beautiful.
That rate's been coming down for years now.
CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year.
I would say the two of them have worked on it.
And as that chart or that photo.
Maybe we can get a Besson pump here.
We are going to see I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning.
This is all good news. Bigger CapEx boom. I agree with that.
By making it
That's because we're printing money. That's because we're going into inflation.
Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax and tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a Hotel Dorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference. Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastise.
If we lose this here, we're looking for something like this.
And as usual, you're right that we had a substantial jump from July to August, and I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion. 3.3 trillion of tariff income, 700 billion
tighter, guys.
Lower interest cost, and
tomorrow we get a 30-year mortgage rate at 7 a.m.
So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration. And it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I wanted to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture. I've been talking about this for almost the day.
Printing like a fucking motherfucker right now.
This is our day. Perhaps if any day in the entire year, this is our day. It was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort,
Well, you all right there, Spoos?
the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one. 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. Donald Trump. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the very central component of the American dream at the center of it is the reason that it is so. It continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original
Support for the Bulls there. What happened? Fucking let your pants all let your belt out over there.
as we have this year, going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others. What this team has done and is doing to open to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education.
God damn, Spoos, pull your pants up.
Kelly Leffler, small business, Lori Chavez, Trimmer, labor, and Scotty Turner, housing.
Pull your pants up there, Spoozy. What you doing, Spoozy Woozy? What's going on over here? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, what are you doing?
Of our country, and whether it's better hospitals, better education.
Damn, that was nice. Oh, that felt good. I made money on that drop, by the way.
Businesses, better opportunities for our workers.
That was a no-brainer.
And of course, the agriculture.
Right here, right? I got in short, like right here. Like right we touched this, I was like, yeah, fuck you. We're going down.
And now the
I
opportunity.
was like, I'll add some more up here. Like fucking
a country saver.
bloodbath down there.
To do it under your leadership. So thank you.
Really good. Thank you.
We get some more of that fucking sauce in here for the clothes. Can we blood the whole clothes, maybe? Shank this whole clothes. We'll come in here at like tomorrow at 11 or 12. Get long. It'd be awesome.
In America, and it is football season, so I'm happy about that.
Oh my God, we could blood this whole clothes right now. I'm serious.
I want to say thank you for.
Let's get some new lows going. Let's shank this fucker down.
And you've been a tremendous champion.
Woo! That was nice.
I come from a hard-working family, as many people.
This is all still alive up here. If you're looking for the next short, it's right here. Hold on.
And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, you know,
You got Spoos just dragging ass right now. Go look at an hourly candle on like Weeble or something. It looks fucked up.
about the dignity
It's a hot mess right now.
and the dignity and the honor of family formation.
Just like shank the clothes down here.
Generation when they
We never closed the overnight low either at 6:40. we never actually touched the overnight low.
state, but
6:40.
built on small business. It was built on entrepreneurship. And so as it pertains to housing, we're being
That's right in here.
focused on that, and
Here's 6:40 down here. Woohoo!
to make sure, like,
Look at how low that is down here. This is the overnight low right here.
are given opportunities
Oh yeah, look at that.
you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements
Just like shank the clothes in here.
is a great word to incentivize people, able-bodied.
Yeah, well we got a bear plane up here too. See the bear plane right there?
Conversation.
Now we get the bear plane right there.
Working is an honorable thing.
We'll see if we can get on it again and yank this one down.
Revitalization is to bring new life.
God damn, Bulls.
And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work and through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax
No new low yet, so
opportunity zones are now made.
um,
You know how passionate I am.
we likely go like up here,
And so this will allow us to continue
somewhere right there.
affordable housing around our country.
So you get some follow through. Bears having just a heads up to you. Bears having the same problem that Bulls are having right now. They need to
in our country with opportunity zones.
they need more
Lifted out of poverty because of opportunities.
They need some more oomph.
$50 billion of private money was invested.
So we're kind of in like the inverse of what the Bulls were doing right now. So we're just gonna watch and see if they can
Millions more to be lifted.
hold this together and send it down there.
Invested.
They got a lot of room here too. They got not this one. This one's gone now, I think.
Thousands of units of housing to
That one's the last one right here. So Bears have to hold this right here, or sellers or whatever.
I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so.
This here can go all the way up here, so be careful. Maybe not that high. It says it's that high, but it's probably lower. It's probably like right here.
Great
It could even be right here.
place called South Carolina that we love, right?
I guess we'll draw two in. I want to draw it in just so that in case they want to see it.
We did a good job of working
There is possible too.
together. We
And the Bears are still alive up all the way up here. Bears is still alive.
the most successful thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Okay? Thank you.
If the Bulls are alive, you want to see
Thank you, Mr.
up
President.
here.
I get the opportunity to go hand by hand with all of these people as they move their DRECs through the Office of Management and Budget.
We're not there yet.
And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2 for 1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6 for 1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10 for 1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for 1. So we are making incredible strides, and you know, as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and when you add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending, we're going to lower costs for the American people, we're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John, central casting, I call him. He's central.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today. And as we're talking about jobs and workforce at CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times, our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing.
The hourly candle being bought up right now. A note too: we have not given up the two green hammer candles from underneath. We have not given that up yet. We need to get below 642.30. 642.30 is right here. Just so you can, just to give you guys some awareness. This is not good. This is where actual support is right here. If they can sell this down though and get just right here. If they can get just right here, it's going to be a bloodbath. We're not there yet. Just be aware of it. This is where the real buyers are on the day. There's still no daily low here.
Intelligence supported you and your entire team in making
We'll see if they can take another stab at it here.
folks around this table.
This could theoretically be bottom for tomorrow. Just a note to you.
Great, successful negotiations.
This is potentially potentially bottom for tomorrow, but we don't know yet.
To accomplish
Bears are still in charge here, so
into Labor Day. I tell you that the
we got to wait to see if they can do it or not.
CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic.
Not quite a low yet.
Not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
And they're still in here hammering. Just a note too, if we trade below, let me just show you this.
Tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort.
So elevator down is right here.
Goals of solving conflicts.
You won't elevator here. You just need to see like the break.
That you've put to bed.
Once that break happens, it's just wide open to go downside.
I hear these. I travel all over the world.
You still got to wait for these guys right here.
You reverentially. It's really quite amazing.
You are going to expect demand.
I could put you.
You are going to expect demand because if we lose this, it's elevatoring.
On your behalf.
Just got to find out who's stronger here.
Food and aid pursuant to your new aid initiative. Pushed forth by your great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside. The people were applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all.
If this is the low, you would see
Entries into the Abraham Peace Accords.
You'd be looking for this right here, and then another back test in here.
All these different conflicts that we're out there.
And then we'd start trading that. That'd be pretty bullish right there, but
have never really
world
change.
I don't see it yet. So
strength really works.
It's too dangerous. If you get in here and they sell us in here, it's going to be like boom. It's going to be a bloodbath if they reject here. So be careful.
Conflicts, and we hope to settle them before the end of this year. Your team is nothing short of incredible, and there's only one thing I wish for: that noble committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award.
Oh, dude, they're really sucking them off right now.
To receive that reward.
Why do they keep focusing on that? Anybody know the reasoning for that?
It's game-changing out in the world today, and I hope everybody one day wakes up and.
Like, I thought that when you got a peace prize, you don't talk about it, you just get nominated. It doesn't matter if they actually get the peace process or not. It's just, it only matters that.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day, because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers and organized labor voted for you is because of your trade policy and the policies you've
I'm shocked.
and advocated for 40 years or more. You have reset global trade policy in the past few months, and it shows that it's been working.
They did.
For American workers.
Can't deny it that they did.
In the last quarter,
Or they say that they did.
median weekly earnings fell 2.1%. In the first quarter of your term, they went up 3.3%. And that's why we're doing the trade policy we're doing. It's to help the workers of the United States of America. And they're the best in the world, but they can't do it without a level playing field. And you have flipped the script. For many years, the other countries had high tariffs and high non-tariff barriers, while we were open to, to all of their labor and services and goods and capital. You flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and the non-tariff barriers. And we couldn't have done it without you and the leverage you've created. So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak continues for the workers of America. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good job, by the way. He's a good negotiator. Very good negotiator. Thank you.
We're all getting sucked back up right now on SPY. The hourly candle's being eaten.
I feel like, as everybody
Coming back into the same zone right now where
you've given me the privilege.
they're having trouble breaking out and above.
I get to take care of the veterans. I get to take care of.
It gets very volatile right in here.
Labor Day really finds its roots in, if you think about it. We wouldn't have Labor Day if it wasn't for men and women who would leave their jobs and go fight this nation's battles to keep us free. And
This is all volatility in here.
And over the past few years,
they've been coming home to many times a government that was keeping them back, holding them back, taxing them, regulating them. And now we have veterans who represent the bill, the big, beautiful bill, they're the beneficiaries of. And I get to see them all the time because they're receiving the benefit, because they see the jobs, they see the care that they're being given. And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do. When your only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said, go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up. They kept making their own, they'd take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans at the end. We're taking that away. We're making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep everybody inside because they thought it was a fiefdom they were building. I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're trying to take care of a service organization that takes care of veterans. So how do we do that? We made best medical interest, where a doctor can send a veteran to the community a lot quicker without having to
Watch this right here. It's pretty important to see here.
just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out, and it's made a difference in this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security.
Bulls buying coming right back in again, just waiting for the back test confirmation. This is the same issue that Bulls had earlier.
The VA is going to have the best workers.
We didn't catch the low right here.
Our hospital are going down because we're getting them in our hospitals or in the community.
So this is a potential low right here.
This a lot, and that was backlogs. At the backlog when I first came in, I've said this before.
They got the high. That's good to see.
60,000 backlog. That means over.
Just waiting for another back test right here to go higher.
In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150.
So this is now dead.
Will be within the next month lower than any time under the previous administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need. So when you look at it this way, we've opened new facilities. We've put new facilities in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after.
It's gone for now.
That's what it means to be in the Trump administration. That's what it means to take care of veterans. That's what it means.
That's a nice high, like it.
Because you can't forget the ones who fought for us to be on this table today. And it's all because of what you've done and the progress that we've made.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval rating at the VA now. And you know what it was before? It was like...
That's not true either.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, there's been some conversation about the Pete and Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't think Pete or Bobby could hold these sticks for 2.5 hours.
Exactly.
If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be easy compared to the...
You didn't have this problem with Biden. It was in and out very quickly.
So kudos.
Watch out for this cluster right here.
But, Mr. President, it's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who loves labor, who loves the men and women who have built this country, the people that sweat, that have great skills, they have grit. They do the dirty jobs of America that have made this country great, and you know them very well because you have worked with them. The great Trump projects have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, you know, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful...
Watch out for a squeeze.
And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money, and time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment. We've all probably talked about this horrific accident in Florida, and I appreciate.
I'm loading calls right now for tomorrow. Just heads up.
On this very issue, but in May we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't proficiently speak the English language, and we gave states a little over a month to comply, and Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him. And had they taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that point because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the
2:15 in the afternoon.
maybe being one of them that support us, but they do.
I'll have an expectation for you here in just a minute. My lights are in the way.
The transit workers are the ones who take the most abuse, and they're grateful for the mission.
Sellers unable to get it done.
Fighting to make
at 2 o'clock, unable to get it done to the new low.
everyone's help on that, but the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together.
I gotta look and see where the.
We are about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got
This could be the bottom here, guys.
Bill.
This might be the bottom.
We got 12.5 bills.
Just a warning to you. This might be bottom. Today and tomorrow.
I expect.
Still don't know yet. We got to get above these big sellers and have a nice little back test. But just note that the bulls need to go like
We will have.
up here.
I'm learning from you. This is going to be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal.
This might be it right here.
For this build for air traffic control. Really, we're
There might be one back test over here at 642, but
great contract. Bobby,
we might get like one more down here and then up there.
that said
But even so, 648, something like that.
2 miles from a roadway, it can mess
Not confirmed yet, but pretty close.
and technology on a car.
They could hammer us in here a little bit more. Get hammered in there and hammered in, or there, or even just go up there, then hammer there.
So now what we've said is, what we're going to do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to roads. By the way, they want
I should have just left that on there.
we're going to say no more. It is a safety risk, and we have
Be very careful of that move there.
That's great.
Good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still going to throw in the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing, we have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. No, Moon to Mars mission. Sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them. But if you look at every rocket that's launched, the machinists, the truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets in the industry that has developed over the
64359 will tell it.
It's truly remarkable. It's not just rich guys sending up rockets in partnership with NASA. There's a whole industry of working men and women who we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish, design the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you, Mr. President.
Really great. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think.
6351. Okay, so watch this closely here, okay?
And you enjoy it.
Bulls need to get above 6351.
A little bit longer. He loves it. He loves it, and he's doing a really good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913. But in
They get above this right here, and we're going up.
America owned more.
Not right away, but we're going up.
We owned
This yellow line right here is huge for buyers. Huge.
They owned of us. And when you came into office, this
It literally just a penny. Like they just have to get to right there. I don't care what all this. As long as we hold, I don't care what this is. It's gonna fucking moon.
So when people argue with you,
You just need to see that one tick right here if you're a bull. You got this tick and then a back test and you're rock and roll.
the trade deficit sends
Watch this real close here.
$1 billion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it?
You just need the tick, bulls. Come on, buyers. You can do it. Just get above right there.
If you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem
Just the tip.
smart. We invented
Just the tip.
the transistor, the GPU.
Just the tip right here. Just the tip.
And the only president ever to understand
Just the tip.
you understood it in the 80s and the 90s. And I used to, see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally, we've changed it. So let's go over what we've changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion
It's literally just a tick.
invest in national and economic
All that's needed.
in America. The European Union, the second largest economy,
You don't even worry about this. This doesn't mean anything right now. It's just this right here. Just literally that tip.
Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%. They'll pay us 15%. And
These guys are actually right here.
we can
They're lower. They're like right here.
$1 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer, right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation.
4243.
Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got $165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs, right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research, and they invent things. And you know who owns those patents? The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so much fun to work with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, because Linda's hitting Harvard and she says, what can we do? And now we send them a patent letter and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun together. This is the greatest cabinet working for the greatest president, and I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life working for you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That was very well stated, wasn't it? Some things people don't think of too much. Thank you very much. Great job. Pete?
Sir, well, amen to what Howard said. And I would just say, heading into Labor Day from the American military, sir, we happen to be the largest employer in America. We like to think we have a different form of employees who need to be the toughest and the strongest and the most well-trained and the most lethal. And under the previous administration, and for decades, frankly, it was social justice, it was political correctness, it was divisive ideologies seeping into the ranks and changing how well we do.
Sorry, you guys have to listen to this if you don't like it. I don't want to listen to it either, but we have to in case they say something fucking crazy.
The best of the best from the top to the bottom, that's our expectation. And sir, you've enabled that. So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense.
Well, this is it right here. Like this yellow line is like, do not pass. This is like Gandalf, right? The moment you go up here and just poke your head up, literally just right there. It opens a huge door to upside tomorrow.
There were two meetings yesterday that I think tell the story. One was, because today happens to be the 4-year anniversary of what happened at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan.
Let's see where it intersects over here. This is 1530.
Sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan, that we will bring accountability for at the Defense Department through our investigation. That's good. But at the same time, the world sadly took notice, whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine. Those wars never would have started if you were president.
I think it's already confirmed. I'll be honest with you. It's confirmed we're going up. I just want a good back test. We just get the back test, we're good. We've taken so much of these last fucking 3-hourly candles. Let me look at a 4-hour really quick and just check. Yeah, even the 4-hour is saying, regardless of what we do here, we're going up.
Our allies paying 5%. Now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this,
I'm looking at the 4-hour candle right now. We've erased all of it.
John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsa.
Let me just check the 1-day candle here. Check the daily candle. Still need to take out, theoretically, we need to take out 644.06. But the squeeze would be monster, so there's a couple more things we got to do, but it's pretty fucking bullish. We got to trade like 644 and some change. Like 644.66, we got to hit that one.
Started the Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They didn't want endless contingencies and deployments.
We don't need to care about this either. It doesn't matter anymore. Only thing that matters. None of that matters.
My platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war. We must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense.
What's Whiskey Dick saying right now? What's Jody talking about? He's talking about come back from a war and fucking other soldiers' wives. Is that what he's talking about right now? I can't hear what he's coming out of his mouth right now.
Strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters.
Fucking Jody.
For America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm honored to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
I think he liked Department.
If you try to jump on the train, it's right here.
You've been great. Thank you very much, sir.
If you want to like jump on the train, I'll leave this green box up in case you want to jump on the train. It's right down here, 642.82. I'll raise it up as we go.
But on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in
foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch to because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing.
Just a warning to you, bottom is likely in. Don't ask me at the close. There goes the squeeze.
On the international stage. The second is mass migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential, but it's not just what's happening on the border. And again,
Only up.
essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third countries.
Squeezing higher now, trading 643.65. 643.74.
We redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who by the way is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible. But we both work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. There's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. How many countries said, it's never going to happen, it isn't possible, and it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it, I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. I don't know if we can have an executive order on this, it's insane. But it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people can get married, so I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we marked the bottom. We have confirmed the bottom. No, we have some other things. We've got like a back test to do. I don't know what that is. I don't know what if we come into some resistance, if they start selling and dragging us sideways, but that's the bottom. This is the bottom for tomorrow. It's confirmed. Now there's this little green box down here. I'll raise this up as we go. So if you're looking to get in here for a dip to buy, here's your next chance to buy a dip. Don't ask me to get long at fucking 3:50 tomorrow afternoon, 3:45, fucking 4 p.m.
This whole group embodies that sense of respect.
Be like, Cap, I want to get long. I'm feeling fucking bullish. Don't do it to me. I am long here, just so you know. I am building a fucking sizable position. This is a pretty big position, so just a heads up to you. If anything changes, I'll let you know in Discord. I'll say something in Discord. We came into some resistance. No, I won't tell you if we're coming sideways or anything. I just want, if we lose the uppies in tomorrow's close, I'll let you know if they've violated something of some kind. I'll let you know, but otherwise, nope, we're going up.
If you were working at a hotel, if you were working in a service industry, we were taxing them. The hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You were perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy.
648 is the target, just so you know, 648 target. It's 233 right now. You could rein it in 646, so you can get the print on 648 or something like that. Between now and tomorrow close, 648. I'm gonna be a little conservative, but it's another 50 points higher.
American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing, in closing, I want to say is two things. One,
if you want to get long NVIDIA, this is the time. Or on a back test.
nation, you coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjacking,
Don't tell your fucking friends.
homicides down, everything down.
Just joking.
just like Pete said, people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so vital. It's making it.
Just watch that green box right there.
The tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police was they could do a pursuit. I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you pull somebody over and they just drive away and you can't.
You're gonna get another chance to get in. There'll be back tests. You'll be fine.
All rules. We got that rule changed in
You'll be like Chubby Chaser or nothing like that. You'll be given chances. I think. I don't think they'll lock you out, but I don't think we go like vertical or anything tomorrow.
And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates, so they
I think it's gonna take us all day long to get there into the ER report.
the bad guys in the car said, what you're not supposed to chase us. Like you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to bring no, we're back in action. So it's like and so we
I am interested in the report tomorrow because they're only expecting 6%. And for where price is right now, I don't believe that. So just a note to you that listen closely. We're pricing in 6% move at NVDA tomorrow from current price. That is not priced in. Not only is 6% not priced in, it's probably 10%. So if you've got like OTM NVIDIA calls, they are not priced in yet. There is no premium kick on where it should go. They've only priced in right now, I think, 184. There's no fucking way we're trading 184 on tomorrow's NVDA report. So just a heads up to you out there that this price is bullshit too. It's because everybody's long calls. Just a heads up to you that there's a bunch of money up there for NVDA. Whole fuck ton. And that's in cash market, not priced in. You can actually do this through Qs as well if you want. Express it synthetically so you can get out at 415. Could be a sweet ass print of like 415 in Qs. Trading higher now, 643.74. Damn, they're talking like they're talking crazy today.
Essentially, we have one person that says, do it, and we...
Like they're like this. I can't believe they're doing this for this long. It's 2:37. They've been chatting forever and ever.
Rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day, and that's not going to make the difference. But you've done...
I think I'm just gonna stay long into tomorrow. I don't think I'm closing. I was thinking about closing for profit and taking each leg, but I'm so low right now. I'm in so deep that I might just stay on and run it all the way up.
Holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting time?
Follow the trade. I'm thinking about following the trade all the way up tomorrow.
They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually.
Looks like they're gonna wrap this up.
In the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in.
Any back tests to that green line, call spread, beautiful thing to do.
And feel free then.
Watch out, we're fading on the meeting ending here, so be careful.
We want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions.
The extension up is right here, 644.68. Like a bloodbath, right? Same thing inverse. Something like that.
Crooked people, with very horrible people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam, and I mean the things that we found out. Of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she
just like a lower gap, there's a giant gap right here. Like elevator down, same thing, elevator up.
100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
And we're in negative gamma, so this is easy. Just be. If you're a bear, just be. Not saying this is going to happen, but if you're a bear, I just want you to know that all else equal, right? When we get these like elevator shafts down, there can be an elevator shaft up too. So just be careful of a giant fucking rip up here.
So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students.
And here's R1 right here. And just a note to you on intraday, we are positive right now. We're above the PP, the pivot points. R1 is right here. So if you wanted a target, it's right here.
Very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here because they'll go out and they'll start building schools and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here.
If you're short here, be very careful.
And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having, and I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see.
Here we go.
Marco wants that. We spoke. We're in the same position. But we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world. Nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from China come here. And we're just getting along very well with China. And it's a different relationship than we had for years where they took hundreds of billions of dollars, just sucked it right out of our country. They respect us again. I respect them. The relationship is very good. I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that. These are places that have ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that. But we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we'd have a conclusive, pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you tell us
On what?
In the war in Gaza.
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved.
I like that he said that just then.
Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, who are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. He's too late. His nickname is Too Late. Costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly, fortunately. He's been the wrong guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but I do think he has motives, by the way, but I don't consider him. I've dealt with worse. but he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit. And when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please, in blue.
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you've talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking about,
Concealed
right?
or, yeah.
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely would.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with...
Look at that fucking bull flag, man. That fucking thing wants to fucking moon. Oh my God, look at it. It's just fucking bye. They just don't give a fuck. This is what we want to see. We want to see this. We want to see like bye. That's what they're doing right now. It's good to see. Bye. Could see a let me just look here in the after hours. So like we could see a sweep down like 643. It's that same 643, 642. If you're in the overnight, look to be buying like right about here. It's actually a good place to buy futures right now, I think. This close and then sell it down for Asia, and then there's probably 3 good trades in here for futures. Like whatever this pullback is between now and the close, be a nice fucking futures up trade. There's probably 3 banger. Just a note here too. If you're just a cash market trader, just hang out. If you're already long, don't do anything. But there's like a setup here for like futures to buy a dip like 3 times, like one right now to the close, one at 9 and one at 2 a.m. and a nice fucking ramp up into tomorrow. So if you're a futures trader, there's some money to be made here.
Is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that could cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this?
Well, like so, if you look at the expected move on NVDA, I don't know where they are at the moment, but I was looking at NVDA earlier, and like they're at 184. Like there ain't no fucking way, dude. They're gonna print 200 tomorrow, and they just ramped up here. But they're like I just measured the whole thing. Like there's no fucking way. It's mispriced in cash market. I'm shocked at that. It's mispriced. For NVIDIA's low today too, and that when it was at 180, there's no fucking way that's right. So
Think of it. They are, instead of saying,
I wonder if they front run all this shit. I'm interested to see if they like front run the price in cash market until like 12 or 1, and then dump into their ER. That's possible too. Or it's just run away. We might run away here. It's possible we could run away to the upside between now until like Monday or Tuesday. I think 562, 567 is legit on SPY. I shit you not. It's not guaranteed, but just looking at it right here, like it's possible we run away. We're a little bit early right now, so unless there's something we don't know about the report coming out tomorrow after the bell, there's a potential runaway to the upside. Just a note to you. Let me just look at SPY really quick.
Transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is the cause of it. Open borders. Open borders.
Yeah, because you trade 648, right? We'd get the all-time high there.
And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or...
And it's like fucking blue sky above. It really is. Like, let me explain to you guys like something here. Like on September 2nd, right? September 2nd, 665 is viable. I'm not shitting you. As a matter of fact, in the close of here, hold on. We get back on the 2nd, right? You ready for this? I mean, not saying we're gonna do this, but we have the potential to trade. Let me give you an exact strike here. On the 2nd, 666.95. That's viable. That's insane. And I mean like fucking runaway ramping. So just be like we're there. We're there to do it. Just take the warning. What is 667 right now? What's that worth on? Let me look at some of this stuff here. I've been so focused on day trading. I've been making a lot of like on average I'm still getting cut up and stuff, but I'm still like instead of doing these big swing trades. Let's take a look at like what's trade options. Like, hold on a second here. Let me just see something here. So we can do option strat. I just want to see what calls look like into the 2nd. Or what, the 19th maybe? Long call. Let's look at the 2nd. 6. I mean, I don't think we're gonna go there, but this would be insane, right? Like, that's wrong right there. Let me see this right here. What does a call spread cost? Maybe let's do a call spread. I might execute a call spread. Hold on. Bull put spread might be the way. Don't run away, dude. Stay right fucking there. Like every time I'm ready to do something, you fucking like seriously. Where are you trading right now? 643? Like how about 6 fucking? What did I say we could go to in the 2nd? I mean, it's potential to go to 666. 666. Jesus Christ. $2,000 in $2,700 in margin, net credit, $2,000 in net credit. Max loss 652. That's a sweet fucking deal, man. Max profit 2K. Risk $600 for $2,000. What are we looking at? Debit call spreads. 2nd. What did I say? 6. I mean, I don't think we're gonna do this in the 2nd, but if we did, it'd be fucking stupid. 665, 666. I might throw a bunch of different fucking spreads on here. 2nd, 666. What does that fucking pay? No one's even. Yeah, that's not priced in right now. It's literally not priced in. There's no interest at 666. If we traded that, $378 to print 1,500. Woo! For just a bull call spread, debit call spread. It's also known as. You ready for this? $376. It'll print. If we go to the tip on the second, it'll print $1,526. I think. Yeah, something like that. Just a heads up to you, $300 or $1,500. That's pretty goddamn good, and there's no stress. You just put it on, do it on a back test, and just ride that fucker out into the second, like ride off like a horse into the sunset. pretty good trade for a not worrying trade right here. Squeezing higher now, trading 648 or 643.89 right now. Well, if you were to look at OpEx for September, September OpEx. Now that's an interesting question there. So here's something interesting. Who brought that up? Brian C. brought that up. So Brian C., you ready for this? Volwiz has talked about this. Just turn this guy off. So Volwiz talked about this where we have like a market crash. A market crash in October. But what he cited on that, I think it was 2018 or something. I think it was 2018 or 2019. We actually did that. We went vertical into September OpEx. That target would be 686. 686 on the 19th. I don't know if that's valid, but like it's looking like, the second is, pretty good. 686. If we went to 686, I don't think we are, but it's a very low probability, like 15% chance, but or lower. If that was the case, we would probably have a market crash. Like we trade 680, 700. We just hit like this is 680. If we hit that on the 18th, we would have a crash probably. It would auto trigger selling. Just coming into 680 would like automatically trigger like get the fuck out of the market. But I like the idea of it. I haven't looked at it yet. Let me look at it right now. I'll entertain it at least for the way the fuck out there. It would be 680. Let me just see here. 686. Is there I would do a convexity trade. I would do let me just do some range here. Ready for this? This is insane. You guys want to see something? There's a gorgeous convexity trade here. Gorgeous. You ready for it? Hold on here. So if you just rained 686. Hold on. So if you hit 686, you do a 686, I think. You do 685. Hold on there. It's like $5 to print 500 or something like that. It's like $5 to print 500. $5 from right here. If we were to go moonshot like OpEx September and trade 686, that would be the target on OpEx. I don't think we're going to do it, but if we did, if you did a convexity trade, it would be $5. The profit would be, it would be banging. No, it wouldn't be too good. That says 261 here, but hold on, let me just check here. Let me just check this really quick. So $5 for 261. Call it like let me just check in here. Wait a minute. Let me see if I got this right. If you hit 84 or higher, it'd be 312 to 312 to 482. So let's call it in the middle. So $5 for 400. If we did this, so already, let me just do the math on this really quick. $5 for $400. If you put out $1,000, right? That would give you like 200, I think, times 200 times 400, right? So for $1,000, you'd make $80,000, I think, theoretically somewhere in there, which is pretty insane. $1,000 for 80 grand for that trade. There's a convexity trade. The trade is somewhere. I haven't done it exactly, but it's like 680 to 685. Expiry September 19th. September 19th, right on OpEx. And you would diamond hand that shit right to 4 p.m. If you did that for $1,000 for 80 grand and you made it, I would try to get out a little bit lower. Like, not like price on the chart, on the ask, on the bid ask on closing that spread. I would just get the fuck out and eat $5 and be like, thank you. So that would be $800,000 for 10 grand or something like that, right? 800 grand or something like that. I don't think it's 80 grand. I think it's 800, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's 400 grand. 400,000 maybe? I don't know. I'm not doing the math in my head. Too lazy and tired. And if you think about that, if you were coming into 700, you would theoretically want to see like 480, 250 before the auto sell. And you would get a crash. I almost guaranteed we'd be down after that like 20%. 20. Guaranteed. We would sell into Christmas fucking Eve. Literally. I'm telling you, we would sell fucking everything. And then we would come back and trade 7 and 720 into December and January, probably February. I don't want to entertain it, but now, mind you, if you don't go there, you lose everything. So if you put your grand down, it's a full-on, that's a true degen spread lottery. They print, though. They do print. One of you guys should make a post about that on FinTwit. I mean, it's a very low probability. But if it did hit, you'd be fucking rich. You'd be rich. You would have your account built. Bye-bye, big sellers. Bulls need to get above. Congrats, Bulls. Now just doing back checks here. Now, let's go over here and take a peek. A couple things we got to look at here. So this was buy the dip earlier. It no longer is. I want you to be looking at this as a buy the dip right here, 643.51 as your buy the dip. And then I want you to be tracking the hour and half hour. Okay? So from this point forward, you're of course, if we're above the 1 minute trigger, we're going uppies. But watch, now I want you to pay very close attention to this half hour hourly trigger. If you're looking for like dip buys, like, hey, Cap, we're getting a pullback. Right now, it's right here or right here, but it's looking pretty goddamn good right now. So, and I want you to be paying attention to here. Let me just get rid of all this. I want you to be thinking about this. Let me just show you this. Let me see if I can do this here. I'm gonna flip this so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Trigger screen. No, where are we at here? Trigger screen. Okay, can I transform this? I'm just gonna explain this better for you. Flip vertical. There we go. Cool. Sorry, I'm in inverse right now. So, I want you to look at this right here. Okay. So, sorry. Hold on here. Get rid of this. Okay. Bear with me here as I show you the way. Okay, so this is what I want to show you, okay? No, but this is an inverse chart right now, but I want to show you what I'm talking about here. You're looking for, am I going the wrong way there? Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm going the wrong way here. Hold on. I got this on the fucking inverse here. Hold on. It's hard to explain. Is that right? Okay. So, what I want to show you here is this. So you've got, just so you can see this, you got this right here, right? We're breaking above that right now, right? So if you're a bear or whatever, you are looking for, we can still, there's potential to roll this way, of course, and this way tomorrow. But there's something important here, and that's this right here. So you're breaking above, right? Breaking above. And the target is here. Okay, now this is the all-time high. And then, this kind of stuff right here. And this hourly trigger coming up right here and looking for some continuation there. Can I bring this over a little bit? I can't. Can I do an hour? Maybe this is the easier way to do it. Yeah, right here. Just so you can see it, maybe in this in this fashion right here. So you're kind of looking for all these dips to be bought, right? If that makes any sense. Right there, right? And then you'd be coming back here and just back testing all this area right here, and then the extension right there. So if you're a bear, you see how this looks right now, maybe in the inverse. And this here could be like rapid into September 2. Now, I want you as a bull to be thinking about this here. This just has to hold. That's it. As long as this holds, we're good to go. All bets are off if we lose this right here. So let me flip this around now for you and just show you this. Transform, flip vertical. Yeah, cool. Okay, so I want you to mark this bottom here. Does that make sense? You just mark that bottom right there. We're going to mark that as a bottom. We just can't lose this. Just no new lows. If we lose that, and I'm going to show you why. A few things here. So hold on here. So if we lose this right here, at any point, today, tomorrow, whatever, yeah, we'll go down there. We'll actually make a new major low, but we're not losing it right now. So all you have to do as a bull is just hold this. We think this is bottom right here. We've not given up half. We had the potential to go down here and clear out Thursday. I think this is Thursday right here. We had a potential to get down here, right? But they lost it, right? They didn't get that chance. They just got the halfback trade. Bulls are in charge right now. If we break below this, that's still viable down here, but we're just not there right now, okay? So if anything changes, I'll let you know. Now, there's something important I want to talk to you about here, if I can, which is on a 4-hour basis. I want to show you this here. This was the crucial part to today. And in particular, on a 4-hour basis, I want to show you this 4-hour candle here. And I want to show you this low. They were unable to get the 20%. And as soon as that happened, it was up, and away. The same thing happened here on a 4-hour basis earlier today, twice today. This is the full candle right here. They were unable to break this down into the close. And so that means what? And we took this candle out right here. I want to show you this candle right here. So this has potential to go higher still right here. Okay, that is 645 and change, 645.60 or whatever. We can then come back down here and then up, right? Take that candle out, then back down and up and away. Now let's look at a daily basis really quick here, daily candles. And we haven't quite secured like the all-time highs yet. That's important. We haven't taken 80% of this candle just yet, so we kind of have to do the smash it up between today and tomorrow, smash it up, take that candle out right there, and then woohoo, we're up and running to like right about there, and then we're like, start breaking up higher. So let's take a look at the close right now. Let's look on a weekly basis. Still a little bit of indecision on a weekly here, right? And that's true. We don't have the all clear to go up here on a weekly green. Let's take a look. Just note how far down we're going to go if we lose the week. If we get a bad report, anything like that, target would be 617. We've talked about this 617 now for the past week or two. I said, the door is open down here, but there's no requirement that we go down there. Hold on. But just note that door to 617 is open. If we lose this week, and I'm going to show you a few more things here. I want to show you a few more things heading into this report tomorrow. This is an important zone right here. I want you to see this right here. Bulls right here. This is where they're living. 637.35. They're living right here. This is where the bulls are living. We got on a weekly basis up, right? On a weekly basis, bulls have to hold this. I'm going to go to the daily. And there's a problem here. And this is important that I need you to see, okay? And you need to understand this is valid here. And that is this low right here. Like this low right here opened the door lower. Okay, we didn't get the new low, but the door is open to that 617. I tell you, the door is open over here to 617. It is open, and it's open from this right here. Now it's not. We haven't traded that yet. We had the low, the higher low, but if we come in here and like slam a new low right there, we're going downtown. Okay, so it's a very important area in here. I'm going to point this out to you right here. We're going to make this one white too. 632.93. And this is not important right now, but it is important down the road. From here on a daily basis where we are, it's like, how do we close the week out on Friday? How do we looking for September 2nd, Labor Day weekend, and then OpEx for September? Right in here. I'm going to give you some bear shit here in just a minute. Just hang tight if you're a bear. Remember this candle right here. That's what do we got here, right? See it? That's Friday, right? We have not erased this yet. So if you're a bull, we go all the way down there. Be just fine. You get that new low, though. Depths of hell. 632.93, depths of hell. Okay? But I'll be honest with you guys. We break 637.48. That's my depths of hell right about there. Let me close this. I'll put this on a daily basis. Sellers unable to do it again. We know it's not real bearish sentiment either. We know it's dealers. We know it's not bears. We know it's not real money selling. So here's the daily base. Want to stay above that. This is the turnaround today was based on the 4-hour right here. See that 4-hour candle right there? Didn't get the new low. We were looking for it earlier. I want to show you this. I was looking for that new low right there. Couldn't get it done. Couldn't get it done over here on a 1 hour basis. So the way is higher. That means we likely attempt to trade this prior high right here. We also have this all-time high. Remember, too, that we've already hit this inflection point. So the natural inflection point is up here. This is the next natural expectations. I'll just draw it here for you right now. We don't even need to fucking look at it. It's right here. That's the expectation. Well, we'd actually hit this one. It'll be something like that. That's the expectation if the way is not lower and down here, and the way is higher and an all-time high. What else do we have here? Don't forget the equal legs up here. Here's your equal legs. Back to an hour and just check this. Keep on cranking. Dip buys. Yeah, this is all wide open, guys. This is all fucking wide open. Let me go back here and just look at this really quick. We're like wide open to squeeze right now. Let's go back here. Let me redraw this here. Oh, no. There's 4 p.m., 1600. This is fine right here, right here. Hold on. Down here. Down here, down there, down there. Nope. Something just like that. And you only need this one right here. You only need that one. You just need that 644. I think it's 644 and change. I think it's like 644. I want to say it's 60 or 59. In this right here, we can go all the way down here. This is that return trade. Up there, down there, low, higher low, up here, tag that one. And then because we've already hit this one right here, I just want you to see this. Because we've already tagged this one, we only really need to go. Oh, wait a minute. You only need to go right there. And we could actually, I think it's like right here. Let me just check this. There. Maybe right there. And there's your all-time high, 648 right there. Actually, 648 and change. Come on. Right about there. Now let's look at some pivots. Let's see what we got here. That looks right. There's your sell the news pivot right there. This is our 2 and our 3. Now, there's no requirement that we come down here. There's no requirement that we go this deep. Remember, if you get the hourly trigger, wick, wham, wick, wham. Bears can't get it done. Well, it's not really bears, just dealers trying to murder the shit. There you go. Get rid of this. Let me just check this really quick and see if there's anything I'm missing. Looks good. And you know, like, let me just draw this back in for you really quick. This is Wednesday at Let's call that 10 a.m. There's 10 a.m. There's 12. Like here's 10, here's 12, there's 12. Yeah, right in here, right in here. Now we don't have to do this pullback over here. There's no requirement. Let me just redraw this. Something like this down there. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. I think that's it. There's a couple other things. Like I'm looking at this one right here as this one. So this is the triangle. And then you would just knock both of these out. There's your wave 3, 4, and 5 up here. Okay. We marked the bottom, didn't we? Together. It is now 3:22. Are we cranking right now or not? Trading 6:45.12 up here right now. If you wanted to take a little bit off here, you can. If you want to jump back in, we've done everything we need to do. Everything that needs to be done is being done right now. We don't need to go any higher. I would like to see this, but there's no requirements for it. Like 6:45.12, but there's just no requirement for it. Market squeezing tits off right now. Congratulations into the bell. If you got long with me and you're still long right now, congratulate. You can take some of this off if you want. If you want to like stay long till tomorrow, you can. If you want to mid-max up here, you can. You can wait till you hit the yellow bar and all that stuff. I'm so fucking rich right now. I've made my month, I think, right now. I'm going to go look right now. I don't think I have to do anything else. Just that bump right there. Is Tom Lee on CNBC right now? We're friends on Facebook. You guys know we're friends, Tom Lee and I, in real life. I'm not kidding. Is he pumping it on we follow each other and hang out and chat. Dan Niles too. I know him too. You guys might not know that, but that's fact. So we'll see. Well, maybe Tom Lee's like asking for 5 minutes because he knows that's the bottom. That was probably bottom. Well, I was gonna bring that up. I was gonna ask you guys if we get a decent print tomorrow, Wednesday. I might take Friday off, or how about I leave early on Thursday? So I got some like my wife and my kids. So I'm supposed to go to the U.S. Open. My wife and kids are angry at me. Not angry, but they were happy. And then I was telling them like I got everything. I did everything I was supposed to do as dad. And then it like filtered down to my children, and they're. It's more like I need dad here. My youngest just went back to school. My oldest is in college. And how about like this? If we have a good like day into tomorrow, we have a good time into let's say tomorrow close. I might want to like Thursday afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like I'll leave the stream up. I'm just gonna like step away, do some family time for Labor Day weekend, and just try to like, now it's important in a family unit to like have those. Dude, I gotta tell you guys something. There's gonna be a time when my oldest stops fucking coming home. I gotta tell you guys, like I'm fearful of this. My wife, dude, when my daughter graduated high school, we moved to Detroit, Michigan, in a place where they tell you can't do things. My oldest daughter was everything. She was National Honor Society, valedictorian. She went to dual school at the number 2 research institution in the United States of America. She went to the University of Michigan. She got all A's, even in college. She started that when she was a junior in high school. She was going to go to UMass. She was going to go to UMich. She got a full ride to UMich, turned it down, accepted UMass, then went back to UMich. I don't know when she's going to stop coming home to see daddy. I know it's going to happen. I know that there's going to be a moment where I'll be replaced, and my heart is broken. My wife is devastated. We love our children. We have great relationships with our children. We care about them. We spend time with them. We care about our kids. Truthfully, they're like you ever have like a dog or a pet, and some people view their dogs as pets, and some people view their dogs as a family member. It's not the same thing, but I don't view my kids as property. I view them as like members of my family, not quite friend, but family that I really cherish and love. So maybe we'll do that. If you get a good print, kick-ass print in tomorrow's close, you guys just take the money and have a kick-ass weekend. Maybe if you put a call spread on the prints on the 2nd, we come back on the Tuesday, we get a big fat print. The D-Gens run it up on Friday. We can check back in. I don't mind checking back in either, but let's just see how this works out. It's been brutal, right? Past couple days, it sucked. So if we get a nice big fat print here, look at that. Just fucking go, baby, go. Price that shit in early. Cool. We'll take it as it goes, but cool. You want me to do Tesla for you? Kevin, you want to do Tesla? I'll do Tesla. You want me to do Tesla for you? All right, fuck it. Let's do some Tesla. I'm happy right now. I'm making a bunch of money. Okay, so Tesla. Kevin Hill, I got you, brother. Don't worry about it. You ready to do some Tesla? Is it Tesla time? You've already done that. I've already done NVIDIA. So you guys have NVIDIA done. I did that yesterday. We're going to do some Tesla time. Oh, Tesla. So Tesla is one of my like top 5 picks for end of the year prints. What we'll do tomorrow is someone yell at me tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do picks for the end of the year. on this show for outperform, regardless of what the bear season is, like what are the outperform picks for end of year? You want to really start focus on me here. You really want to begin doing this early, and you really want to be looking at like what the street does. If listen to this closely here, if the street does not do a full market unwind when we go into Q4, this would be that like they hedge and they're looking for a print higher in December or February, and they haven't said, oh, fuck it, we're out of here, risk off, right? They haven't gone risk off in that transition into Q4. You should be ready to know what you're buying in September, October for a December, February print. So it doesn't mean we're there or it's going to happen, but you want to plan for that now so that you're not unprepared. Like, okay, I got these 5 stocks I'm watching. We're looking for outperform against the rest of the market. And so we want to, maybe we do that tomorrow. If we have time in the morning, maybe we can do it from like 9 to 11 or something. If we're pumping tomorrow and we can't, and if we're pumping into NVDA and we can't, or if it's burning, any kind of volatility, we won't do it. But if we have time between now and the weekend, we should. If we don't have that time, we got to look at it on Monday or something. And I want you to be prepared for whatever that outcome is. So if we go risk off in Q4, or if we don't go risk off and don't break trend, how do we get long into that December, February print? And we can see all that kind of stuff. We'll know as we come into quarter end. We will know. We'll know how bearish they are, if they're risk off or not. But we want to be ready for that possibility before we get there. Now, we're going to do for Kevin Hill, Tesla. We're going to do Tesla time for Kevin Hill right now. He knows that I like to trade Tesla, one of my favorite stocks out there to trade. So we're going to start chatting Tesla. And what do you guys think about Tesla? Let me ask you that question. You guys know that 480 is still there, right? You guys know I said 480, but I would say it would take some time to get there, right? So I want you to think about like a basing out. I want you to think about like where we are with Tesla right now. And it's, oh, fuck yeah, just keep fucking pumping, baby. Fucking go, baby. Go, go, go. I want you to think about Tesla. Because 320, I've told you this, I don't know how many fucking times, like 300, 280, 290. That's the jump point for Tesla to trade that fucking 380. And not only 380, but even more. Like, you ready? What, you want a number? 450, 460. So you want to take a look at Tesla? We can. You want to do that right now, Kevin? Look at that fucking pump up there, trading 644.80 right now. Target 645.12. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do it, daddy. Oh yeah. Just gotta keep watching it all day long. Gotta just keep on watching it all day long until you find that one fucking minute where it happens. What do we got here? Oh, yeah. Hold on one second here. Bam, put that on there. Let's get some pivots going, baby. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? There we go. There we go. Where's the pivots? Where the fuck are the pivots at? Can't see them. Oh, all right. Hold on. Hold on one second here. Oh, yeah. Dude, why did we revert back to all this? What the fuck is going on here? There we go. 1's in here. Then 4's in there. Let's move this down. Hold on here. Let's put this right here. Did this thing just delete everything? Wait, I got some funky is going on here. I'm having some issues right now. Right there. There's the target. God damn fucking. That right there. Put the pivots up. God damn, gotta do this fucking thing every goddamn day, fucking twice a day, 3 times a day, constantly, so I don't lose my fucking ass in the market. God damn, fucking god damn it. Okay, hold on here. We're gonna look at Tesla now. Here's our one. Look at that fucking beautiful goddamn fucking love life. Oh, over there, excitement. There's 1600. We're going to look at Tesla. R1 right here. All right, Tesla time. And I keep saying it, but we don't keep doing it though. Tesla. All right, talking Tesla. Okay. Erase this. We're gonna go. Let's first look at daily velocity. Tesla. Dude, what is going? Like, I'm having some real fucking problems here today. It's like can't get anything done. Okay, let's look at this shit. This is Tesla. Go tell all your Tesla friends out there. Now, this is important, okay? You see that weekly daily velo right there? You see this right here? That is bullish as fuck. That is hella bullish. You see this accumulation like this from November. I believe this was November, July, November of last year. And you're like turning up right now on monthly. Remember when I told you they're accumulating this and you're going to eventually see it translate into price? And then it'll be a late bloomer, I think I told you too. I think the last time we checked on this, this is what I told you. Almost guaranteed. Now, on a daily basis, this is not good. On a 30-minute basis, not daily, excuse me. On a weekly basis, a 30-minute basis, I don't like this right here. I always like a little bit more down here, just a little bit more. But we are going higher again right now on hourly velocity. So I'm going to review Tesla in a more pragmatic and practical. I want you to, Kevin, if you're out there, I want you to be pragmatic when it comes to Tesla. So we're going to look at the month here. This looks extremely bullish, doesn't it? Just like start ripping fucking faces off and start mooning. I want to talk to you about being pragmatic. I want to talk to you about, more importantly, like the 320. Sorry, here. Let me go to the month here. And I want to show you like what's value and what's not value. So let me just show you this. So this is where Tesla is expensive. This is where Tesla is kind of in the middle. And this is where Tesla is cheap. Cheap, okay? Now, on a monthly basis, sorry about this. Close that up. On a monthly basis, we're a little, you know, like there's that. See, that's like just starting to come in here, right? Starting to recover finally, isn't it? Month. We also, though, have this one down here. I'm not as concerned with this one. Not concerned with that one. Not right now. 1 week. This is an important one right here because we know that the weekly is in accumulation. This one's important. I want you to note that, like, bullish above, okay? Bullish above. Nice. This is beautiful. I love it. You got the equal legs going on for you here. Let's just look at this on a weekly basis. So you got this right here. You know what this looks like, right? Something like this and then like that, right? Something like that. That's what we're kind of looking for, isn't it? There's your 480. There's your, do we get more extension in here in December, February? Do we get this up here? Looking pretty sexy, isn't it? It's one of the best setups heading into the end of the year. I'll be honest with you. One of the better setups heading into the end of the year. So if you are looking for this setup, remember what I drew in here. You're just looking for the high, back down, and then the move higher. You know you've got sellers somewhere in here. I'll have to find them. They're somewhere in there. So we're thinking about this 320. You see that 320 down there? See that 320 right there? This is the basis for being a bull. So we're going to post this here. Okay. And we're going to post this right here. Right here. Right there. Matter of fact, I'm just going to put this in here. Where's October? Right there. This is your jump point. This is all that really matters to you, Kevin, okay, is this right here. This green box means everything to you, okay? This is where value is for you. On a daily basis, this is value in here. You can see it. We didn't lose any of this. We definitely do not make that red. Now we can leave it green. Bullish above. See some stuff here. And by the way, if you're watching this show, we cover Tesla twice a day. We cover it on our website. There's a daily. If you want like constant updates on Tesla, we do them on our website. And we also have manipulatable tools for you on our website to trade Tesla. We're on a day right here. Just let me check this. Let's go to our 4 hour and see what we can see. This is all bullish as fuck in here. Bull, bull, bull. There's your weekly. This is value. And I want you to remember this because if we have a bloodbath, if we have any kind of like September, October weakness, it's probably down here. Somewhere in here with a wick. Check this here. And I'm only rehashing now what we do on our website. Nothing's changed from our website here. This is what's on our website currently. Right in there, we can see the little clusters, PT1, PT2, PT3. We have our equal legs in here in a smaller time frame, equal legs, pull it back, upper. We have the next equal legs up here for this one. $358. Target $358.04. Out, out, out. One. There's the daily trigger right there. And then there's a big old diamond right there. And this is your big leg right there. This is your third wave right there. Like, come into this. There could be some wicking down here. Just. I mean, I know this breaks. Theoretically, this breaks. Like a bunch of rules here for So I want you to think about this right here, okay? That's where I figured this would come in, but this is what I want to talk to you about with Tesla. So do you see this October, September stuff over here? There's a gap down below here, 202, but what I really want you to think about here is there's still like a trap in here for bulls. Because it's like OPEX and bear season, I think that's possible. I wouldn't say that's broken. It's just like seasonal weakness. But if we like come back up in like October and hold this, then it's valid for this end of year trade up here. So ready? Kevin, if you're out there, I'd be hanging out over here to add to a position in October. Hanging out, looking to add. No, I don't think that this is broken. No, I don't think we get the crash, the big crash. None of that shit. I think it's more just bullshit scam price. Look at that. Look at SPY just coming back right now like it's nobody's business. So 360 target into the second. We come into the first week of September and they blood this thing down into the 18th. Park it for OPEX. And then we're going to possibly come in here and do this nonsense down here, this terrible, evil September air, October air, or whatever. Just be down there like hanging out. I showed you value. It's down here for you at least. And then do you want to see where it goes after that? Do you want to see where it trades after that? Because it's pretty wild. We're gonna do like 380 next up there. We do 380, right? We do 340. Yeah, it's 40. Back down there, right? And then we're gonna go big time. 400. Break above. There's the next big fuck you is up here. Big old fuck you up here at 400. But we did the 380. We did 382. Yeah, up here. And then we're gonna do the pop in like pop lock it up here to 340. Now this is a bad one. This will be insta sell. But even though we have like insta sell on 400, remember that 330, 320. Remember we said the 320. Down here, 320, right? Then we got 330, 340. We want that to hold. Okay, we want this to hold right here. 340. Yeah, we want that to hold right there. It's like a jump point. So we got the 360, 380. Matter of fact, yeah, right down there because of seasonal weakness. Up here, 400. And then we get the big boys. So you can see that right there. This is like big supply. But then we get the big boys up here. What? Wait a minute. Come on now. And I want you to watch this right here. You see how like jump point, jump point, jump point. And what they really are looking for here is this bigger move into end of the year. Notice the legs are still there. They're still good. Well, up there. You know that these sellers are going to come in, sell you down like a bad donkey, bad habit, right? Matter of fact, they might even go 40 down here. But then there's a giant leg. And this leg's going to trade like 440, 450, 460. And you're going to go something like there's 440, 460. And there's your leg. Check this. There's your one. Right in there. And my bigger concern here is this. I want you to see this right here. So this is the high. So you're going to have this like big second high right here. So there's your this is your high. This is your impulse move right here. And then this one's going to be monster right there. And I don't know what happens here. Now, if you don't have time heading into the end of the year in February and all that, and we're only right here, that could be bad. But if we're able to break above right here, be able to break above there, what we'll do is we'll get an extension and we'll trade 80. So let's see this 480 up here. This really is going to matter. They're going to want to sell this for 80. They're going to want to insta sell this down depths of hell. This is probably like the spring trade or whatever, but there could also be an extension up here. I wouldn't bank on that. Just think of it like this: 482 by December or January, right there. But the bigger thing that I'm not concerned, but if this is the bottom, right? So we have a pump there, like bam up there, bam up there. It's pretty big up there. Anyways, short term, I'm fairly bullish on this. How's SPY doing right now into the close? How's SPY doing? Tell me in the chat. How are we doing in the close? Right, I'm still long calls. Nobody's telling me if I'm losing my shirt right now. Am I getting taken for a ride right now? So there's your target. There's your new high. And then fade that shit into next week. Come back for a dip buy. Tesla. I got to go and check my money here. Hold on. Woo! What's going on over here, boys and girls? Target hit 645.11 right now. Woo! Trading 645.30 right now. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, hold on a second here. Hang tight right here for a second. I can't answer that question. I want to really bad, and I can't. Just check and see if I can friend him. What are you guys doing? Yes. Okay, friend. Where Mo Timer? Can you, if you're watching right now, Mo Timer, can you alter or Google search how to accept friends on Discord so that I can ping you? If you, I have to do this because I don't know who people are. By the way, who's going to be in Detroit today? Who said they're going to be in Detroit tonight? Oh, you got it, Mo Timer? Yeah, just let me try it again. Did that work that time? Damn it, still doesn't work, brother. Still not working. No. Mo Timer. That's not me. Mo Timer. Slow down, Mo Timer. Mo Timer, I want you to delete those friends. Delete those friends. That's not me. That's not me, dude. Discord has bots from other servers. I must have known you somewhere else, or you found me in my. I used to have a server with like tens of thousands of followers. It was free and open, and it was a disaster. Delete those friends. That is not me. If you're watching the show still, listen. All right. If you're watching the show, we don't go over this as much as we should. I got to tell you a few things here, okay? What you see publicly facing from me, how do I describe this? What you see publicly facing from me is like, how do I explain this? So, there are like Chinese and Russian bots. They're all over the place. They're on like Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. No, not Twitch, but they're running bots on Twitch right now for fake viewers. Did any guys catch that yesterday? All the motherfuckers buying views. That's bullshit. But anyways, on my end, I am prone to having my identity stolen. I've had my brokerage broken into. I've had a whole bunch of gnarly shit. And then even the front facing of this, I have to put a wall up. And what I want to tell you is, if you ever want to contact me, I probably get 500 DMs, emails across different places, DMs, emails, tweets, you name it. I get added at. If I ever did phone calls, text messages, it's nonstop. It's 24 hours a day. How you know me, you might not know or think that that's true, but it is. And there's danger as well in there. I have kids and a wife. I can be swatted. You're not just watching me on YouTube or Twitch. I stream to a bunch of different platforms. And I stream to Discords, not our Discord, but other Discords, blogs. So a lot of people watch me in different places. Okay? So I have to be careful about my own security, privacy, my children more importantly than me. So you might think to yourself, well, it doesn't mean anything to me, and I would never do that. But it's not you. It's the nefarious, we're reaching right now 3 to 5 million people a year. 3 to 5 million people per year. That's substantial for a little guy like me that doesn't buy fake fucking viewers. Fake fucking comments and fake this and fake that. You can look this up if you want. Go to look up Dexturo for fake bot viewers on Twitch. It's rampant. I don't do that. Everything you see is au naturel, baby. But that means that when you're viewing a video at nighttime and your favorite guy's got 30,000 views on his 45-minute video, it's probably a lie. Probably a lie. So your view of me as a streamer or a whatever streamer, and I think I'm the number 2 financial streamer on Twitch. But I want you to know that your vision of who I am versus what you're viewing elsewhere, I constantly bombarded over here. It's like constant everywhere I go. It's not a bad thing. It's just that it also attracts a lot of dangerous, nefarious bullshit. So I will never reach out to you to be your friend unless you see me come to you and say, hey, do you want to talk? I will friend you. You'll never see me like try to show you dick pics or like these guys do this shit all the time. They'll befriend a female trader and then they show up somewhere to meet with them and then they're trying to fuck them or whatever. There are female traders here that I've hung out with. I've never, ever done anything to do that shit. So my point here is that I have to protect my safety, but at the same time, I have a lot of fake bots that are pretending to be me. So if you ever want to find out if it's really me, always find me in public. Listen to that closely. So I'm hanging out on Twitter and I'm like, yeah, fuck you and fuck this and fuck that and fuck all that. Just be like, oh, there he is. And be like, ping me publicly. Be like, hey, Jim, this is you, right? And I'm on there, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not an asshole in real life. If you think I'm an asshole in real life, I'm not. If you remove the internet, Like, fuck that guy and what he said. You would never be like that knowing me in real life. Anyone that knows me here, I know most of this, or a lot of this community in person. I'm a really easy, get along with guy. I don't go out there and say fuck Trump or fuck this or fuck that. I'm out there to have a good time. That's how I live my life. Very happy person. So I want you to know that too if you're watching the show. But like the difference between in real life and fake internet reality is starkly different. So it's hard. That's hard to see because I never meant to be a streamer. And when I wasn't a streamer, I was always like, this is all easy. And, like, what they're doing is easy. Why can't they talk to me or whatever? It has a lot to do with security. Not like I don't like you or whatever like that. So if you ever like want to talk to me, if you're out there and you're like, I got to fucking talk to him, you got to find me somewhere public and grab me and say, hey, can you friend me and contact me? And I'll tell you in public, yes. So there's a record of it. Like I have a record of speaking to you. And it's me, the real me, and not a faker, a bullshit bot, scammer, whatever. And that scammer bot bullshit is like two-sided. They come after me, and they portray to be me. Not only that, I got some fucked up shit for you guys. So this show is being scraped for artificial intelligence. If you go to like ChatGPT and ask who I am, they know who I am. It's not because I'm anything great. It's because I just happen to have live streams 8 fucking hours a day, 5 days a week. So they're constantly scraping. At some point, people are going to portray me, and it's not me. They will make a fake Jim James. They'll call you, and it'll be a video of me going, what's going on, bro? So even now, at some point, we're likely going to have to exchange a code word. Like, you friend me, I friend you, and at some point, I'm going to tell you, the code word is this. I'm going to have to tell people that. Not now, but at some point. It's getting fucking sketchy out there. And more importantly, I have kids. I got a fucking 13-year-old daughter. Baby. She's a fucking baby. She's my baby. So I got to constantly be worried. So if you ever wonder why you can't get in touch with me or something, that's the reason. Also, I have managed social media. I'm on social media, but I have a lot of people working in the background to put stuff out too, where it's not actually me. And I have people that manage my DMs and my emails. There's no privacy either. They were like, hey, Cap, this and that. There are 5 sets of eyes reading and watching everything on my end as well. So I'll do something private with you, but you have to grab me publicly and be like, Jim, I need you right fucking now. And I'll be there for you. If I have the time, I will fucking be there for you. So, Mo, fix that friend, not refriend quest bullshit. Fucking shit can those 2 friends that you have that are claiming to be me. And I will ping you with my phone number and we'll chat. We need to have a talk, dude. We got a whole shit ton of stuff to talk about. So we got to talk about rolling positions and one, there's an example. I'll keep this simple. So yesterday I made a bunch of money early day, right? I lost a bunch of money end of day. And I'm making a bunch of money into the overnight yesterday, and then I'm making a bunch of money today, right? And then we're talking about time, season, structure of a trade. And if you want that print, it's time or price and windows and a bunch of other crap. So we got to talk about it. And because you're going to get fucked up trading if you don't. We have to spend that time. You'll be poor. So you got to contact me. So get that friend shit off, and we're going to talk and hang out. I'll see the rest of you tomorrow in the morning. I'm still long right now, trading 645.68. I'll see you all in the morning. You all should be fucking rich right now. Let me get up a bourbon first, Mo. I just need 5 minutes. I think I've been sitting in this fucking chair since 10:30. I just need 5 minutes, and I'll give you a shout, brother. You guys, just give me you guys give me 10 minutes, and let me find Mo so I can ping him again. He earlier it said that he didn't have had his thing. Hold on 1 second here. Mo timer. I'm gonna try it right now. Oh yeah, baby! I just sent you a friend request. You have to accept it, and then I'll ping you with my phone number. Let's grab a fucking bourbon or something. I'm fucking rich, I think. I'll talk to you soon. Later, brother.